Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting is called to order on Tuesday, August 10th, 2010 at 1 o'clock. We will start with our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Mr. Don Campbell, would you kindly lead us in the invocation and then the pledge of allegiance?
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this day, Father, and we thank you so much for your many blessings. And Father, we ask that you watch over us and show your passion and your power in this meeting this evening, Father. And I would ask everyone join me in this prayer, Father, and some of your words. And our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Father, we thank you so much. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Any report actions to be taken out of closed session?
No, Mr. President.
Now is the time. This is a public meeting. This is the time for public comment. You may address the board that are not on the agenda, but subject matter jurisdiction of IID. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Wow, this is the first time I've been here. I'm Rob Zimmer from Spectrum. Actually, I've been here a long time ago, but the first time I've been on camera here. I don't like it. But anyway, it's nice. I just want to make an announcement. What we did is, first of all, I want to thank you. I want to thank this board. You can actually take credit because what I'm doing with the money that I'm earning from putting together the cameras and Europa government, I'm putting it back into building. I built what's called a site that's I called it the public spectrum. I know, and it isn't that I have a big ego or anything. What it is the government actually calls the spectrum is what they call, the FCC calls it your broadband internet, your FCC license airwaves is called spectrum. So what I've been doing is I've been working with the feds, I've been working with state, and we're going to be at that convention. What is it called? The League of Cities. We're going to be at that. We have a booth at it in September 15th. And we're going to push the other cities to do this. And I'm finding City of Calexico has already signed up. The City of El Centro signed up. I just met with Hopeville yesterday. They want to sign up. They don't have the budget. But that's a good thing, too. That's one thing the IID is helping me do in the sense that because I built this for the IID, I can put other people under it inexpensively and really push this. Then what I'm going to do is I'm working. The reason I started as a nonprofit organization, even though it is nonprofit because I'm not making any money, but it's a nonprofit organization because I'm going to try and get some federal funding for it because they want openness in government. You guys are doing exactly what the feds are asking, and I receive all kinds of great comments from what we have with your board, and I want you to feel really proud like I do. And we go to League of Cities. Every single city we've called, let them see this system. They say, we want it. Now it's a matter of the price. And that's where you guys can help, actually, because I put all my money into the technology. Let me show you. This is your website. Let me show you what you do. You go to your board agendas. I know they got hidden on your site a little bit, but that's good because it lightens up on our clips. Go ahead and go down to the left where it says, there, the meetings. Click that. And you guys have your video. I'm sure you've seen it. We have your video of your meetings. This is a high definition camera. My operator's over there, and he circles the camera around to view you guys and on what you're doing. So what I did, and I just put this banner up today. In fact, that's underneath your player. Just put the banner up. And what it is you click it. This is for your constituents. It's for your public. It's for the ratepayers to go in. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the public spectrum. These are the meetings See where it says watch video? You can now watch it per meeting. You can go back and archive it. It has that. It has a search engine on it where you can do it by meeting date. You can also do it by agenda content. And what I'm doing is that TPS network agenda, one thing that I just started, it was suggested to me by another city, that it's good to have everybody into this network because then you could look up what other cities, other agencies, other water departments, if I get those signed up, what they're doing with the similar problems or similar good things. You can just go on and go see it. Go ahead and hit one of the meetings. So what we do is these are synced up to your actual agendas. That's an agenda that we get sent from Gloria, actually, and that's just an agenda that you read when you're here, but each item is there.
It's called to order.
And click on
Tuesday,
any of the
June 22nd,
items.
2010.
And what you do is you can go per item, and you don't have to watch the whole meeting. You can just go to the agenda item that you want to see.
Bell and
The really cool thing about it is we can, if you look underneath the video, it says whatever that agenda item is, and that's what you're watching.
does kind of
You don't
sound
have to
the same,
watch
so
the
it's
whole
okay,
thing
right?
anymore for 2 hours or 3 hours or golly, I've seen you guys for 7 hours. You can just go to the agenda item that you want to see specifically and watch it. And you can email it to other people. You can talk to people. Just get involved with
Good
it.
afternoon, Mr.
But I'm
President,
very
members
proud
of
of
the
this
board.
board
Patrick
for what
Swarthout,
you've done is incredible. And what I'm getting, the feedback I'm getting from outside agencies, some federal, I've been talking to the FCC even, they all love it. And they have stimulus money for this, and that's what I'm trying to tap into. They have stimulus money for smaller communities to get into broadband internet, because we also have, if you watch it, it's on channel 10, 6:30 on cable. And we have it every Monday at 6:30 on cable. We have your meetings on it. And the neat thing about it too is now we're able to put on, because I worked with a cable company, we put on the Calexico meetings, and we put on the El Centro meetings, and we put on all kinds of public
Back to number 9,
events.
joint water opportunities.
Anyway, so any questions on this? Actually, a new thing that I just came up with the other day, on top of that banner, and in fact, you can probably work with some of your vendors. I want to know what you guys think of it. On top of that video player, I want to have a banner that's sponsorable. I don't want to have ads on it. I want to have it where, this public meeting or this public, open access is brought to you by, and maybe you can twist the arms of the person who made a few million on concrete on this job. But anyway, that's another way, because the smaller cities, that's what they want. They really can't afford it. But the talk about economic development. If I go up the state like I plan on doing, this is going to, I'm going to sign up all kinds of cities. And economic development, I live here, I spend here. We're going to take it up from the south up to north. Our competition is up north in Sacramento. And we're a fraction of what they cost, and our services are actually better. Anyway, any questions? I just wanted to make a comment and say thank you very much, and I'm very proud.
Any questions from the board? Looks very good. Sure.
Yeah. Oh, I've already hit up the Board of Supervisors at the same time the IID did. They hired the company in San Francisco.
That's only because to me, they're always hiding something.
Well, I could go a long way on that, but that's one thing. I'm here to compliment this board. This is incredible what the IID has done. I love talking to people, and I tell them to get onto the system. They can go up by agenda item, and it's there. I mean, it's wonderful. What you're doing, the whole United States is looking at, and I'll make sure of it. Oh, by the way, I wanted to explain, in case you see yourselves, we did take a picture of you, all of you on the board, and we're going to have an example of our camera and everything at the show in our booth. So you'll see you again, but I'm hoping that you'll walk around very proud and say, this is what we do. This is what you should do with all the other cities. and and government agencies. I really like it. Anyway,
So as a viewer is watching the meetings on television, and they can go from agenda item to agenda item in case we have someone that talks for a very long time.
Like me?
No, so they can just skip that and go to the
yes,
next.
absolutely. You just go to the
Wonderful.
one
Yeah.
portion you want.
I wish I could do that.
And you know what? Here's the best part of it. I put this all under my contract. I did not charge another penny for this. This is under my contract. I did this, and believe me, this took a lot of money
I
to
can
get this
imagine.
done.
Yeah.
But I put this under my contract. In fact, I don't know if you've seen it, but we upgraded your camera under the contract.
Yeah, I noticed
We
that.
we have another camera that we're zipping around that actually you could use up at La Quinta or whatever, under contract. That's what I want to do. I want to just make it right. Anyway, thank you very much. I mainly
Thank you.
wanted to come here to say thank you. That's what I'm doing. That's economic development I'm doing, and it's because of you.
Well,
Rob, is the next step live feed
Oh, we could do live feed right now if we wanted.
and get questions emailed from the public? Who
Yeah,
is
we
looking?
actually get people that would like the live feed. The neat thing about this is I like this because you can go home. You can go to your local library if you don't have a computer, if you're too bored to have one. You can go to your local library, go to a public one, and you can watch this at your convenience. It's hard for people to say. I know you guys have argued on well, should we have these meetings at the day or on Monday or Friday or Saturday, whatever. Now it doesn't matter. It's available 7/24. You could be well, I hope you're not watching football. I'm watching this, but you could during football day. You could be looking at the particular agenda item you want to see that you're discussing, and you'll know everything.
But will your schedule
Access.
conflict with the Lakers when they play?
You know, we could put it in the corner. No, actually, no. You could do it any time. So you actually could watch a Laker game and do this. I know you'll be torn with the interest.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you
Rob.
very much.
Thanks, Rob.
Any other public comments?
Yeah, I'm John Hunter. I'm here to unflatter you guys. I'm only kidding. You're worthy of much flattery. But let's. The point I want to make today is apparently there's going to be a vote, and you guys have an opportunity to vote the right way and save folks. And it should be a bipartisan vote. As you guys know, I'm super right wing, but I think in this issue, we should just do the right thing and save lives. And I hope that you guys will do the right thing. Thanks.
That's item 14 on our agenda.
Right.
Laura Hunter, Citizens for the All American Canal from Escondido. And well, here is your chance to be famous again with your beautiful audio or cameras or whatever is being installed on this room. Please, I beg you once more to do what is right. It's taking too long and drowning still happening, so please do what is right. And let's see who's gonna be the first one to vote and to get those safety features in the All-American Canal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anybody else under public comment? It's not an agenda item.
And a pleasant good afternoon. I trust time finds everyone in good health. I came here today certainly not to embarrass anyone.
Really?
Well, I will say this.
Hola, Bruno,
if,
¿cómo
if
estás?
Rob is still here, he doesn't have to worry about being on camera first time. His picture's in the post office with mine down there. Anyway, I come here today because I wanted to publicly thank a member of your board for a most unselfish act. And I've heard a lot of smack talked about this gentleman and his family. And I can tell you that since the earthquake of April, he and his family have come through big time. Now, about 5-6 weeks ago, there was a little girl in the Mexicali Valley. Her name's Jacqueline Armenta. She had a tumor in her throat. And Director Abadi graciously stepped up with my wife and I and helped pay for her hospitalization and the surgery. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge, Mike, it was a hell of a good thing you did, and I'm proud of you. Proud of you, proud of your brother. That said, she is okay. The tumor was not malignant, and she's running around great down there now. Really nice to see that. Great deal. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, good afternoon. Tony Ramos, Centro resident. You know what this gentleman has just said about the media and being open and transparent goes with what happened in Bell, is it California, right around LA, where these people got these outrageous sums of money to work for the people, yet it was one of the poorest cities in that area. And for someone to make almost $1 million, there was something like a city manager or whatever it was. It's outrageous. It goes to show that there wasn't no transparency, or that the people that got elected decided to pat themselves in the back and give themselves big raises at the expense of the taxpayers. And you know, I don't hide my emotions about the Board of Supervisors. It isn't that I don't like them. I don't like what they do and how they treat the public. For instance, this morning I was there, and they got a clock, Stella, my little sister. And it says 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, they say, Tony, it's over, that's it. Yet other times they've let other people talk that is in favor to what they want to hear. But Tony, they don't want to hear what Tony got to say, because Tony criticizes them and puts them on the spot. Now, is that fair? Of course it's not fair, but that's America. And I've told you now, you guys better watch how you treat me, because I'm jotting down everything that you've done. If this comes out, they're not going to like what I said, but it comes within reason that the public has a right to speak their mind. And you, as elected officials, should not criticize. Oh, you can criticize, I think, but it's not up to you to decide what's good for you to hear and what's good for you not to hear. And that's in the Brown Act. It's law. It's in the Constitution, freedom of speech under the First Amendment. And yet, if I were to ask Mr. Sanchez, you know, Mr. Sanchez, I'd like to find out how much you make with all your allowances and car allowance and everything, or Stella for that matter, or Mr. Brian.
Brady.
Yeah, I forgot. Or even a county council here. It's the people's business to know that. There's nothing should you be ashamed or hide about that. I'm going to ask them about that, not you guys yet, but I'm going to ask them about what they make, how much Ralph Cordova makes with his allowances and all that. And if I said nothing wrong, people, I haven't said nothing wrong. No. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me saying how much Ralph Cordova makes? What's wrong with me saying how much county council makes? Or how much the board of... There's nothing wrong with it, because it's our taxpayers' money that puts that type of thing into action. So believe me, I'm glad that this young man came over about this type of video, or the way things are going to be videotaped, if you want to call it that way. I'm still back in the 70s about videos and all that, not in 2010. But whatever, it's recorded and it's open. People can accept to watch it. People can accept not to watch it. Even this morning, ladies and gentlemen, there were some people there, and I'm touching on some ground that I usually don't, about gay and lesbian rights. And they criticize the board for not allowing them to have something to speak about before the open comments. And and that issue, as goes Wadi Line, so goes the board, you know. And that's okay. But people have to decide that when you treat people fair, it involves everybody. Everybody. And I'm a Catholic, and I say, you know, if people want the right to do something, it's up to them. No laws, either for or against, is going to change the way they live or the way they associate. So to me, just being here, being able to talk to you, is a freedom. And I said it before, had I been in Mexico, I'd have been gone 10 years ago. Because people over there, if they don't like what you say or it's against an elected official, they're not going to find you anymore.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
Something to that effect will also be on item 17, discussion on public conduct during board meetings, if you have any more comments.
Okay, no, the only thing I want to say, Mr. Sanchez, is sometimes I get a little out of hand, but that's Tony for you, and I'm glad you brought that to my attention. But I don't mean to overstep my authority or lack of authority. All I'm trying to say is that the public has a right to criticize, condemn, or praise elected officials, and you guys are responsible to the public.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Any more public comments?
Good afternoon, Mr. President and honorable directors. My name is Gilbert Grijalva, and I work with Neighborhood House in Calexico. And I'm here this afternoon to talk to you about the Microbusiness Expo and Contest. I believe you all have received a flyer and brochure. And this Microbusiness Expo and Contest is part of the work that we do with a micro enterprise and outreaching to people throughout Imperial Valley to help them create a little bit more of a cash flow and make them a little bit more independent here in Imperial County as far as their economics go. This expo and contest will occur on September 11th at 8 o'clock in the morning till 1:30 in the afternoon. September 11th is a Saturday, and it will be held at the Cesar Chavez Elementary School auditorium and classroom. Part of this expo and contest is that we're encouraging the micro enterprisers in Imperial County to participate. If they have a great idea, they can make it happen for themselves to win a prize of $1,000 or a prize of $750 or a third place prize of $500. So registration is $10 and that includes a lunch. And we're encouraging everybody here in the Valley and the IID. IID is part of our sponsors, as well as United States Department of Health and Human Services and Wells Fargo Bank. Thank you.
Gilbert, I have a question.
Yes.
Is the money going to go toward the actual business, or is it just a cash prize?
It's a cash prize.
Are there any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments? Okay. Moving forward from comments from the board members. Director Hanks,
No comment.
Director Manville.
Yes, thank you, President Sanchez. Tomorrow I'll be at the Colorado River Board meeting. Also, I'd like to make a statement. In the final months of 2009, and I know it was suggested by Walter Holtz, he's come to the IID Board meeting here, and it's also been brought up at Farm Bureau and at WCAB that the IID release unused entitlement water into the Salton Sea, where it might do some environmental good, rather than allowing it to be credited to the junior right holder, Metropolitan Water District. Mr. Holtz was told at the time under the priority system the release of this water would be opposed by other water users, including MWD. It has since come to my attention that under the terms of the quantification settlement agreement, releasing unused entitlement water to the Salton Sea is not only an acceptable use, but would, in the near term, reduce air impacts in the region and limit IID's financial exposure. It is my understanding that putting unused entitlement water to use in this way has been studied as part of a larger effort to fix the QSA. And as one board member, I would ask that the finding of that study be shared with this board and the public. With a project underrun in 2010 of 235,000 acre feet, retaining a certain quantity of this water, and putting it to use in this way isn't just reasonable and beneficial. From an environmental justice perspective, it's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comments. Director Abadi.
No comment.
Director Mendoza.
I would like to ask Mr. Ross, when you do water general matters, if you could respond to the concern from Mr. Angel regarding the drain water quality improvement plan.
Sure.
Thank
Happy
you.
to.
Okay, going on to, any comments from legal?
No, sir.
General manager comments?
Yes, just one. You'll recall, Mr. President and members, that the United Way campaign for Imperial Valley was very successful as far as IID was concerned, where we almost quadrupled our contribution from the previous year. I think it was something around $77,000 for this. Well, our employees, we have 154 employees in the Coachella Valley, and they contributed, 154 employees, and they contributed $7,700 and won a silver award from the United Way campaign in the Coachella Valley. So I just wanted to let you and the public know that and congratulate those employees for that contribution. That's all I have.
Thank you. Moving forward, we need to do the consent.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a first and a second. Please vote. Moving forward to information, governance update, a century of service campaign.
Mr. Kelly.
President Sanchez, members of the board, at the board's last meeting, I previewed for you a revised logo treatment and said that I'd be back with a dollar amount for measured media for this Century of Service campaign. I'm joined by Tony DeZigo, and Tony, if you could go ahead and start that reel. Are we starting with television?
You want TV first?
Or what's the order that you have? These are print ads in English and Spanish. These are not only for traditional media, but throughout the year, IID purchases space in school yearbooks, football programs, mainly educational or nonprofit venues. And we'll be slugging, all of our ads will appear under this banner of a Century of Service.
Mr. Kelly, could I point out something? Cuando se habla del IID, se habla de usted y de mí. Shouldn't that be the proper, instead of de ti, it's de usted y de mí?
Ooh, you're asking Mr. Kelly.
It is that. I wasn't asking you, ma'am, I was asking him. Well, I am not asking you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're not
Go
our
ahead
staff.
and continue, Kevin.
And also, Kevin, a Century of Service, could that be a little bit darker print so that it would show up a little bit? Unless it doesn't show up this well on the. But on the actual print, it will show up.
I
Yeah, it looks
believe
good.
actually that once it goes through a press run, it'll pick up ink.
Okay, all right.
But that is something, that percentage screen is something that we have to test.
Okay.
Next. We don't have outdoor advertising included in this first phase I'm going to tell you about. But these executions lend themselves to small space school program type ads as well. And they're not all of this particular gentleman.
I was going to ask you that. When are you going to have females?
There's there.
Our hope is over the course of the year to actually cover. The ideal number would be 100 representative employees of the approximately 1,300 people that make up our workforce. This is a 30-second television ad. I'll talk to you about it after it runs.
For nearly 100 years, people have been talking about the IID. The IID isn't a company or a corporation. It isn't controlled by investors or shareholders. It's a public agency with an unbroken record of public service. So when they talk about the IID, they're talking about more than water and power. They're talking about you and me. IID, a century of service.
That's very good, Kevin.
That was Kevin. That was Kevin's voice.
Is that the only one? No, that was Eugene's voice.
That wasn't.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
That wasn't my voice. I do the Spanish version.
Kevin, is that the only video you're going to be showing?
No, that is an inaugural effort, and over the course of the year, I'd like to use. We hope to use television in that way, which is in a sort of straight institutional way, but also to run historical photos from our archive and to share some of the history of the district over the course of the 100 years.
I like that video.
But what I wanted to say is that I told the board, and the agenda reflects a $25,000 budget in 2010. We expect to spend less than $6,000 in measured media this month in a 10-day run that includes both broadcast and cable television, print advertising, 30-second radio, and and we also are going to include this in the September launch of our redesigned IID website. So the $25,000 comes from existing allocations in the public affairs budget. We typically spend money on such things as what we used to call tombstone ads that are basically notices of public meetings. And so what we've done is we've consolidated those monies, and we're going to spend them in support of this consolidated, unified effort. So if the board has any questions, I'll try and answer them.
I have a question. Mr. Kelly, which of the printed media are you going to use, which publications are you going to be using to publicize our campaign?
In this month of August, this initial run, we're running this ad in the Imperial Valley Press and the Spanish language papers of Adelante and El Sol del Valle.
Okay.
Now, our expectation is that we will run this campaign as it builds in the Coachella Valley as well. The founding of the irrigation district 100 years ago obviously didn't include the public power portion of IID, but ironically, the 100-year anniversary lines up with the 75th anniversary of the power division. And the final thought I would leave with the board is, I said something about this when I last was here, but even within the district, we sometimes refer to ourselves as a company, and I think that comes from just the pervasive influence of IID in both valleys, because it is a large, at $800 million a year, nearly, that's a big business, and it has a big impact. But there's no mistake that IID is a public agency on both the water and energy sides, and we're going to remind the public of that at every turn over the next 12 months.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Kevin. Moving on to
Item number 6, Mr.
item number
President.
6, internal auditing general matters.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. Internal audit has no general matters to report today. We will have an audit report later on. It's on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Betty or the board? No questions. Thank you, Betty. Moving on to general matters, water.
Yes, Mr. President, 2 items. One is, as Board Member Mendoza requested, there was, I believe, an email sent around talking about the Regional Water Quality Control Board inspector and the requests he was making of the staff and the response of the staff. So just to give you a quick chronology on that was that I think it was a month and a half or 2 months ago, the inspector had asked to do a presentation to the board, and what we asked was that he come and speak to us and let us know what the issues were and what he wanted to talk about. So we did. We met with him. We had a a good meeting. That was back in July. And during that meeting, we pretty much agreed, that there were a lot of things that we should have been doing and that we intend to do, and that we were trying to put together a plan of action that would be incorporated into our 2011 budget. About a month later, the email that you saw attached here was from the inspector saying, I thought, you were going to get back to me, basically. And that was simply a misunderstanding, I think, of the time frame. We said we'd get to him as soon as we had our budget numbers and could give him a reasonable plan in terms of what we were going to fund this next year and how that would impact improvements to our program. We went down following receipt of that email, met with the inspector a week before last, had a very good meeting with him. I don't know if you all have a copy of the July 30th memo that he wrote that memorialized that meeting, which I think is a fair assessment that, we met, we talked, he wants us to improve our program. We agreed, and we agreed to have a plan to him with our changes and suggestions that we could try and say this is what we approve to him by the 30th of September. And I think in his previous email he'd made some references to a grant, the GPS grant that is $900,000 that he wanted to use as leverage to make sure that we were aware that he was serious. The grant has been approved. You guys acted on it at the last board meeting. He's approved it. He says he expects our funding should be here next month, so that's no longer being held hostage to any belief on his part anyway that we're not acting responsibly and trying to fulfill our obligations in terms of TMDL and vegetation management and all those issues. So I think we've made good progress. We're moving forward. The grant's pretty much in hand, and I think we've got a better relationship with the regional board than we've had in the past. Second item. Yes, sir.
Mr. Ross, is it possible you can meet with the WCAB and maybe Farm Bureau and somehow get ag involved so we can get ahead of this on some of these easements, because it's a lot of shared ditches and shared roadways. And I know ag could jump right on because they already spray and take care of their ditches under the same conditions. So if you visit with them, and maybe they can help somehow expedite this effort, because those weeds out there have really gotten away from us.
Well, and I agree. And, as you know, we're making a concerted effort now to do what we can mechanically and then beef up our spray program. I do have a meeting this week or next week with Mr. Kalin so that we can talk through what we might be able to do with the WCAB board and some of the things that they've raised in the past and issues that they may have with our contracts and how we're handling them, so we can try and work on some of those details with them. So you're right, it needs to be a cooperative effort with the farmers.
I'd just like to add on our governance package on page 29, 2.1.2, with some guidelines established for implementation of this program in the year 2008. To this end, a funding mechanism will be identified and dollars committed for the purchase and/or modification of the equipment necessary to complete this task. That's what you're walking into. We budgeted 2 years ago for these things.
Well, I think some of the money you may be referring to is this grant we're talking about now, because this has actually been on hold for almost 2 years.
Well,
so anyway, we do know that money was dropped from the program in previous budgets. We're trying to restore that money as part of our plan this next year. And I think, as I said, I think the board member or board representative, Mr. Jose Angel, I believe considers us sincere in our efforts at this point, and it's just waiting to see the product in terms of the documents that we're saying are acceptable to us.
So the fine is on hold?
No, the funding is not on hold. In fact, the letter I've got from him dated the 30th states.
Could the board have a copy of that letter,
Yeah,
please?
I have extra copies
Please,
here I can provide
appreciate
you.
that.
It says the $900,000 grant funding is approved and waiting for final signature on the grant agreement with the State Water Resources Control Board Management. Its anticipated work on the project can begin next month. So next month is even prior to us getting any other reports to them.
Yeah. What about the fine?
Well, I'm not aware of any particular fine on this issue at this point.
Well, the email that I saw mentioned a fine.
I think it would mention the risk of fines. And I may be mistaken, but to my knowledge, the only fines I'm aware of are not related to the TMDLs or the vegetation program.
Mr. Kalin in the audience?
It's over here to the right.
Al, do you have any comments on this? You were the one that emailed the board on this.
Westmoreland. Yeah. During the TMDL drain shed meetings, Mr. Angel was very specific with the farmers that he felt the IID was not pulling their weight in addressing the drain issues, vegetation management, and drain cleaning. And unfortunately, there were very few people from IID that attended. I called a couple of them, but they didn't come. I felt they should listen to what he had to say because he was very serious. And I think this is a result of how serious he was. It's been 7 years, I think, since we started this whole process, and basically very little's been done. We did hire a vegetation management person, but now I hear the money was taken from the budget last year. Is that correct? Or
I think it was part of last year. I think it was a couple years ago.
so that's going backwards, and I think it's time to step to the plate. And, you know, we need to clean up the drains. There's no reason why we can't do it. In the end, it's going to be much cheaper than mechanical cleaning, and the mechanical cleaning creates a lot of silt. Chemical spraying of the weeds can reduce that mechanical cleaning tremendously, depending upon the weeds. But it's gotten away so to the point now where it's going to take a whole lot of money to make things right. And if money's been taken from the budget in the last couple of years, if you put that same money back, I don't think you've gained anything. There's enough money there to catch up. It's going to take more money than was taken out, in my opinion.
Do you have a copy of this letter from Jose Angel, July 30th?
I don't have one with me, no.
Because in here it says that the grant, the $900,000 grant funding is approved and waiting final signatures on a grant agreement by State Water Resource Control Board Management. It's signed by, well, signed for Jose Angel. But so the grant, according to him, is not on hold.
The grant is to pay for some excavators and GPS guidance systems to be used to rebuild the drains.
Right.
The drains would have to be torn down, dozed in, and then redug in a lot of instances. That's what that grant's for. It isn't for management of the vegetation or anything.
No, I understand that, but in the email you sent out, that you said that the grant was, at the current time, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and fines on a $900,000 grant have been placed on hold.
That's what Jose told me, yes.
If IID does what they say they're going to do, and according to this letter, Mr. Angel said it's grant funding is approved and waiting for final signatures.
Perhaps it would be easiest if you had Mr. Angel here and talk with him about it also. You know, he wanted to come once, and he wasn't able to.
Okay, I think, Mr. Ross, you have a meeting with Mr. Kalin next week, and I know, Al, you and I are supposed to get together Thursday or Friday.
Right.
So, so you and I will hook up too, okay?
All right, thank you.
Well, if I can make a comment, I think what we have learned from this little episode is that we need to work together a lot better, and we need to communicate with one another a lot better.
Correct.
And you know, the board should not be notified by emails from Mr. Kalin to know what's going on. So time and time again, I've asked, keep the board informed. And I would appreciate that, Dr. Brady.
In addition, it would be very helpful if the staff kept the WCAB informed that,
exactly.
For example, we didn't have any money in the drain maintenance budget, or it had been removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving, second matter, right?
Yeah, we had a second item. I think there were some questions raised about comments we've been making on developer county development projects related to drain water. And I'm going to have our general counsel talk a little bit about that item, so you can understand what the issue is.
Lady and gentlemen of the board, what I did was I pulled out a PowerPoint presentation that I made, in fact, to the county, and I took a portion of it just to explain to you what that's all about. And I'm going to have to start backwards for a moment, but I'll get to this point fairly quickly. But the issue is that in the normal process, when projects are developed within the county, county environmental laws, state environmental laws require that there are disclosures that are submitted to different agencies for comment. And in some of the comments, we point out when certain projects may have an impact on drains. And apparently there's been some complaint by the county on that, and that complaint has been forwarded over to the board. We've had discussions with the county about that and with the other developers, and so I'm not exactly sure why there's a complaint. But back in 2002, the water supply assessment verification laws were established, and anytime there's a project of any size, there's supposed to be either a WSA or a WSV that's created. In most cases, it's a WSA. Here in the Valley, that typically wasn't done. The purpose of the WSA is to determine whether there's water available for the project. When they do that, IID is not the supplier, the final water supplier, so we don't prepare that document, but we typically consult with it. The problem has been that when we're in a capped situation with regard to our water supplies, whether there's water available for these industrial projects is a difficult determination to make. And if you go to the next slide, in order to resolve that problem, last year we created the IWSP. That's an interim water supply policy to provide water to industry. The problem is some of these industrial users typically want 20 or 30-year water supply contracts. High-use plants like a geothermal can use as much as 500 to 7,000 acre-foot of water on a small amount of land compared to what was typically used for farming. There are environmental impacts of that water use. One of the biggest impacts is that if a 120-acre field is used for farming, about a third of the water that's put into the ground works its way through the tidal lines, into the drains, into the rivers, maybe into the Salton Sea. If a geothermal plant is built and uses that same amount of water, none of that water goes into the drains. That water is re-injected into the ground. And so you have a net loss of water going into the drains. So ag conversion, or the conversion of ag land to industrial land, can have an environmental impact as well as other impacts. You want me to? Did I do that? Oh, okay. So we created the IWSP so that in these WSAs, they could say, yes, we do have a water supply. Now, when we created the IWSP, there's an environmental component. We have to rely on the environmental work that's done in the underlying project. So in other words, we'll rely on the environmental work that's done typically by the county, sometimes the CEC, sometimes the cities. They have to address land uses, impacts on species, water, air quality, drains, rivers, and Salton Sea. If they don't address it, then we're going to have to do our own environmental studies. If they address it, then when we make the decision to provide water under the IWSP, we don't have to do those environmental studies. We can rely on theirs, but they have to address it. And and those are requirements before we can provide water under the IWSP. And that's a policy that this board adopted. And the reason those requirements are there is because, like the county, we have to comply with the environmental quality laws, CEQA, too. There's also best management practices in there. The county has their own similar requirements. The county has a land use ordinance, and in that land use ordinance, they have an energy and transmission element. It says, first of all, that with regard to water supply, it says IID will give you all you want. And in 2006, the IID Water Department wrote a letter to the county and said, that's not true. We can't give you all you want. We have issues that we have to address. We need water supply assessments. And at that time, there were problems because we didn't have a policy like the IWSP. The county geothermal element requires that water be used beneficially for geothermal and other alternative energy utilities. The county's own geothermal element requires that they consider and minimize impacts to ag lands, biological resources, and it requires that they efficiently use water, that they foster use of non-irrigation water, that they consider the importance of water to fish and wildlife resources. In other words, the county's geothermal element requires that when they make the decision to approve a program or to build a project, an industrial use project, that issues about environmental impacts have to be considered. Well, the problem was in 2007, the county approved 2 projects. They approved the Ormat 1 project, which we supplied water to, and they approved the Hudson Ranch project, which we also supplied water to. None of those approvals addressed any of those issues. They didn't even ask them how much water they needed, let alone determine whether the water that they were using was reasonable, beneficial, what the source was, whether it was ag water, whether it was potable water, where it came from. They didn't consider the environmental impacts on the drains, on the wildlife, the conversion to ag land. They didn't look at any of that. Our problem is we're supposed to rely on the county's environmental work in order to make our decision to provide water under the IWSP, but the county didn't do that. So we met with the county, and we told the county, look, you need to do this. I don't necessarily care how you do it or what the answer is. You just need to do it so you can streamline the process for us to make the decision to provide the water. The county is suing us in the QSA cases and is taking the position that by fallowing ground, we are reducing the water in the drains and damaging the Salton Sea. We don't necessarily agree with that because we are mitigating. We have the managed marsh and other forms of mitigation. But the point is that when you take a piece of ground that's ag land and you convert it to geothermal, for example, you have the same kind of impacts in fallowing. That water that's going into the drains isn't going into the drains anymore. So what we said to the county is, look, you need to consider this. There's lots of ways you could mitigate it. You could determine that there's not a problem, but if there is a problem, it needs to be considered. So what happens is when a large project is being constructed and the comments to the environmental disclosures are being circulated among the agencies, IID makes standard comments. One of the comments it makes is, to the extent that this project is reducing the amount of water that was flowing into the drains, because this ground is being converted from ag to industry, you need to consider the impacts on the drains. And if you determine that there's environmental impact, you need to mitigate it. That's all we say. The county has said to us, well, why don't you tell us what the impact is and how to mitigate it? And we say, that's not our job. We're not saying there's a problem and how to fix it. We're just saying you need to look at the problem. Your own land element requires you to do that. And if you do that, then we can rely on that environmental work so we can move forward with the IWSP. We've had a lot of meetings and a lot of discussions with both the county and a number of the geothermal developers, Ormat, Char, Cal Energy, and others that I can't remember at the moment. So I'm not sure what the complaint was, how it got to the board, but that's the issue that's been going on. This has been an ongoing discussion between my office and the water department and the county and the developers for 2 or 3 years.
Mr. Garber, the information I received had to do with land use change moving from ag to residential. The same terms apply?
To a lesser impact, but I would say the same terms apply. If you have a piece of ag ground and you're putting a certain amount of water back into the ground and you convert it to residential, and it's a little less common in the county to have residential construction that typically goes on within the cities. So we don't see that nearly as much. They may have made that general comment, but again, the county might look at it and say, hey, it's not a problem. And we'd say, fine. We're just saying, look at it, consider it, check it off on your list so we know that it's been dealt with and we can check it off on our list. And I think somebody's interpreting that as us saying, we know there's a problem. And that's not necessarily what our comment is. Our comment is, we want you to consider this problem.
I think we probably need to bring this topic up on our 2-on-2 meetings with the county, because the impression that I'm getting from different conversations I had, that this policy is basically putting a stop to all growth in the county.
That makes absolutely no sense. And
well, it may not make sense to you, but that's what I'm being told. What I'm concerned about is, one of the things that the position that we've taken is that we're not allocating any amount of water to the Salton Sea. And it sounds to me like this is kind of a reverse of that, and that we're allocating a drain to the sea. And I'm very concerned where this is headed, because if it moves from land use change on residential, is it going to change in cropping patterns or economic fallowing? Is that going to become an issue? I'm very concerned about these things.
I don't think the presentation I just made or the discussions I've had with the county or the comments we're making have anything to do with allocating or not allocating. All we're saying is your land use element says you're going to consider these things. Our water supply policy requires us to consider the things. Please consider them. That's all it says. It doesn't say how to consider them, whether you should make a finding of an impact, if there's an impact, how you should mitigate it. I don't think they understand, or they want to understand. I don't know. I've had multiple discussions, and so I know has Tina Shields and other people in our environmental water department. It sounds to me like this is being given a political interpretation, which is not intended.
Well, the individuals that talked to me were developers, not the county. And that was a comment made to me, hey, this is just stopping all development.
No, not at all.
Is there anyone present from the county here to address this?
Past county.
I see Mr. Grogan's here, and without putting him on the spot, I know he was involved with the CHAR project. Do you understand what I'm saying, Larry?
For a quarter, I won't embarrass you.
Thank you.
I'm Larry Grogan, Vice President with Energy Source, and I've gone through the process. So far, the only one that's gone through the whole process, and it's not pleasant. The real problem is not necessarily the confliction between the county and IID. It's a clear path of who wants what and how do we satisfy that. It's the uncertainty that creates this. You listen to Jeff, and certainly if you listen to the county on the other side, they say it's not their fault. I'm saying it's just absolutely amazing, but we don't have a clear path for processing a conditional use permit. We are in the process for HR2, and we will go through a water assessment study. And if you ask what is going to be included in that water assessment study, and they say, well, we don't know, it's going to be turned over to IID. And I'm saying, well, that's really what we come down to is the crux of this confusion, is they're saying that it's going to be IIDs, and IID says, well, we're here to consult, and if there's an impact, you have to decide whether it's going to be serious enough to be mitigated. Well, there you are caught in the middle with neither side necessarily stating what is really wanted or what is required. So, you know, and the only thing I can ask is, I say, Jim, that I think it probably belongs with the 2-on-2. But I would ask that there be and I hate to have the word document, but certainly a process of when these projects come in, that they be identified. Do I understand what is needed? I do after I've gone through the process. And certainly the impact to the strain, I can give you the numbers. I can give you the numbers of what was going to be required. I can also utilize what is going to be used as far as how many acres of land the plant site is going to take, minus that, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, we can give you those numbers, but depending on how far that drain may be or how far that whatever that final impact of the water that is less going into the drain, let's say at Heber or Calexico, that may have a substantial more impact, and that I can't quantify. So it would just be somewhere along the line that there has to be kind of a meeting of minds between the county and IID as far as what questions need to be addressed, and I think that would go a long ways in helping, and certainly having gone through it and probably going through it again, we have a better idea the second time, but that doesn't necessarily say that there's a clear path.
On the first CHAR project, they didn't even do a water supply assessment. Although it's been legally required since 2002, the county didn't require them to do it. So by the time the project got to us, what typically would have been already done hadn't been done, and we had to do it over again, sort of in a different way. IID certainly has a role, but we're not a land use agency. There already are land use ordinances in place which need to be followed. We certainly need to find our way within that. But IID is not the land use agency, and it shouldn't be required to act like one. We do have responsibilities with regard to transmission and energy, though, and we have to fit into their system.
Well, I think this takes it a little different direction, but I think in our negotiations with QSA, there needs to be a credit given if there is a land use change and water is conserved. I think we've already mitigated that, like what you mentioned with the marshlands and so forth.
And part of that
why
has-
that was left out of that process is beyond me. We'll be looking at some projects coming, solar projects coming. How is that implemented? How much runoff are we talking about? How is that measured? How is that determined? You know, to me, it just opens up a whole big can of worms that I'm very concerned that where this is headed, that we're
And part of
boxing
that,
ourselves in.
part of that will be under those best management practices. And, you know, there may be a point where a particular type of development or energy or industry or something like that just basically is too expensive to be developed. And I recognize that. I can't speak for either the industry or something that might come in, but there just may be under that best management practices that, and this I think is going to be IID. The county is not going to be a judge of I don't think, of best management practices of the water supply. So, you know, this is something that's going to have to be worked out between the two agencies.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, Mr. Garber, we've already had this discussion on some of the two-on-two meetings with Mr. Huber. I think on one of them you were in a room. I know we were up at Mr. Cardovo's conference room. And I think this has all come about because of lawsuits between the county and the IID, because before they were just letting some of these projects go on in without a water supply assessment. And now they're being forced to take a look at less water being put in the drains, and it has to be mitigated. And basically, I talked to Tom DeBose on Friday up in Brawley, and he's with the Development Design Engineering, and I know they're having to do some of these water assessments. And I told him, hey, we got to start following the letter of the law around here.
No, and we have a role to consult with, and we understand that we own all the information. And I know Tina Shields has worked at length with Tom DuBose, folks from his office, and the WSAs are getting easier because they're working on them. I also know the county is requiring at least focused environmental impact reviews from ORMAT, for example, to address these issues, which is what they're supposed to do. And there may not be an impact, or the impact, I think a lot of these impacts can be easily mitigated. You create some type of, miniature, not a marsh, but you can take money and you can put it in to preserve some of these aquatic creatures and plants that grow in the drains if there's a determination that they're impacted. It's not that bad of a problem. And we never said it was. We just said your own ordinance requires you to look at it. Our rule requires us to rely on your environmental, so you just need to deal with it. And I've had a number of discussions with Mr. Huberger about this.
Right, and then, basically with the lawsuits that we've been faced with, we have to follow the letter of the law. Otherwise, we get in trouble, we end up losing a lawsuit.
This is something that needs to be done with or without the lawsuit. The lawsuit just kind of, puts a fine point on it because they're criticizing the district of doing the very same thing, which is reducing the water in the drains. But without the lawsuit, the problem still exists.
Well, I know that. But so I empathize with Mr. Director Hanks here because I know that the IID, we get blamed because solar projects can't get done. We get blamed because development's being held up. It all has to do with water issues and et cetera. And hopefully, like Director Hanks says, we can try to work some of these things out on these two-on-two meetings, even though we have discussed some of these things in the past. But I'm willing to try to work through it. But I know Tina gets pressure put on her, and the water department gets pressure put on them because it looks like we're trying to hold up everything. And but we've got to do it right, otherwise we get in trouble down the road.
Well, I'm going to need someone to explain to me what the marshland mitigation was for.
It was for drains and for water transfer.
Well, I think this has, the part that was brought to me has to do with drains.
I agree.
And we set aside a couple of thousand acres, several tens of thousands of acre feet of water to mitigate this. But I think the thing that come back to Mr. Grover mentioned, what is a path? You know, have a clear, defined path. We can't just throw this out here and say, well, we're not going to tell you how you mitigate. We're not going to tell you whether there's a problem or not. You can't just leave people hanging in limbo. I brought this up before about forming a task force, and that's been set aside. And I understand there's somebody that's working for the IID now, putting that together.
Right.
Here's an example where we need some help. Someone to
Right.
take a look at this and give us some answers.
The county may decide that it isn't a problem, or it's already being mitigated. That's their decision. All we're saying is they need to look at it.
And I hope we would choose a decision that is not a quick fix, but something for the long term for the gentleman on the 2-on-2. Are there any other questions for general matters? Item number 7.
Item number 8, then, Mr.
Item number 8, energy general matters.
Yeah, I'll just report on 2 items. You may recall that at the last meeting, we got approval on the Yucca gas connection contracts. There were 14 contracts involved. As these contracts are being circulated for signature, one of our partners, TransCanada, was able to reduce the transportation price. It paid, hope I pronounce this right, Gasoducto Baja Norte, another 6 cents an MMBTU, which does reduce our annual cost by $400,000 per year. We estimated in that contract would save us $500,000. So that's a significant savings. That start date is expected to be about November 1st. We're still distributing those contracts, I guess, for signature. The other piece of news is that we're pleased to mention that the KNKS line has been completed 5 weeks ahead of schedule. $2.2 million under the original budget, $800,000 under the revised budget, with 0 accidents. This is the first major project done under the new project management procedures recommended by the Matrix study, which looked over the Jackson and Shield substation projects. I want to give full credit to PMO and particularly Angel, Marcel, and Joe Lopez, who worked with us on that project. We had no issues with communications among departments, and there was staff on site every day, all hours of the project to achieve this. I hope we can continue this in future major projects that we have.
Mr. Jen, was that done in-house or outsourced?
The actual work was outsourced.
It's because we don't do high voltage work.
The original estimate was $14.4 million. The revised estimate was 11.8, and we haven't got the final numbers in, but looking to be about 11.1 million. That's all.
We're on to item number 9.
Item
Mr.
number 9,
President.
agreements with Imperial Valley Solar Company and SunPeak Solar for renewable energy.
And Dr. Koch has the report.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Dave Koch, the Energy Manager Plan. I'm here today to present a proposed power purchase agreement, land use lease, or land lease, and option agreement for the first SunPeak or Imperial Valley Solar 1 project. This project, we began looking at 56 projects in multiple RFPs and picked this project out of one of the SCAPA requests for proposals for renewable energy. And in April of this year, we began negotiations with SunPeak. This would be the largest solar project, PV project in California at this time. It won't be for very long. There's others in the pipeline. but it would supply approximately 1.1% of IID's power supply and about 3% of our 2020 renewable energy requirements when we have to be at 30%. The agreements that we're looking at today are the power purchase agreement, the option agreement, the land use agreement, and we've run this through the Energy Risk Oversight Committee, and they agree with our recommendations. Now, this gives you an idea. This is a graph of costs of typical type of renewable resources that SCAPA is getting. On PV projects, you can see that the cost is running someplace, and this is the entire market range, coming in from about 140 up to 215, 220 for PV, with most of the SCAPA projects coming in right in the $150 range, $155 range. This project, if we leave it strictly as a power purchase agreement, will fall right here in the middle, or low middle of this range. Although we have the ability, should we decide to purchase this project in year 7, to bring the price down into the roughly $135 per megawatt hour range. Now, the project is located on the Nyland substation, 130 acres. This is the land that it's at. I can show a slightly better picture here. Where we're looking at from there is looking back in this direction. So this would be 130 acres of solar panels. Sunpeak would build it rather quickly. They go out with a ram, drive the I-beams into the ground, then put the cross hatches on, and then connect the solar PV panels, the crystalline silicone panels, to the cross beams, and this is approximately what it would look like when it's done, except a whole lot bigger. All right, now, this is a 20 megawatt project. PV panel production declines at about 5% per year. So we started in year...
Half a percent.
Half, what did I say?
You said 5%.
I'm sorry, 0.5% per year. It's hard to read my own slides. So initially, we'd be looking at about 40,500 megawatt hours. It's a 30-year term, and if we use just the PPA only, the levelized cost would be $151, with a total cost in year 1 of $4.2 million. But because we were able to negotiate the payment stream, taking into account that, one, it's on IID energy land, and secondly, because of tax credits, we're going to get a reduction so that the price is going to look not like this, starting at $137 increasing, but this is another example of where we stand relative to the ranges. But in this case, we're going to get a reduction of approximately $8 million in energy costs over the first 6 years, and start in year 1 at $105 per megawatt hour because of the impact of tax credits and credit for putting the project on our land. So we'll start at $105 per megawatt hour increase for the first 6 years, and then we would jump up to $150 in year 7 and then increase from there. Okay, now, in year 6, at the beginning of year 7, we will have the option to purchase the project for $70 million. This is what leads to the lowest cost for the district. We don't have to do it, but we would look at what's going on for the first 6 years. There would be a program to train IID employees on how to operate the project. All data would be moved over to the district, and they would transfer all assets without any liens attached to them. In that case, the only cost from that point on would be the debt service cost associated with it, plus O&M costs of somewhere in the order of $550,000 to $650,000 from that point, and only the O&M costs would escalate over time. So essentially, we would see a project that started $105, grew, jumped up to slightly over $140, and then rose from that point on with just the O&M portion escalating. And from that point on, our cost would be approximately $5.7 million per year. Now, the project would interconnect to the Nyland substation. Imperial Valley Solar would pay for 2 feeders and circuit breakers. Now, for the first $500,000, IVSC would just throw that as part of the project. IVSC would also pay another $1.5 million for any equipment, but we would have to reimburse them for those costs. And if it's greater than $2 million, then we're going to have to step forward and pay that additional cost within 90 days. We've looked at it and estimated the cost at no greater than $3.5 million. One of the issues that's going on is we have the equipment in inventory currently. And the question is how to account for some of this equipment that was turned over to the district in exchange for other costs from other power marketers for a specific power marketer whose project didn't go forward. Now, one of my things that I find kind of fascinating about this is here's the 20 megawatts of solar. It'll be interconnected into the 13.2 to 92 kV transformer from Nyland Sub. But during the day, the city of Nyland would be served off this. And so during the day, the city of Nyland would be, to my knowledge, the first all-solar city in the United States that's 100% served by a solar project. Nyland's load is about 11 megawatts. So anytime Sun Peak is producing more than 11 megawatts, the city of Nyland will be a solar city. Some of the rationale for this, we get the low-cost energy during the first 6 years. Sun Peak uses the tax benefits that are relatively advantageous in these days and passes some of these savings over to us, and we get a relatively low cost of solar power with essentially no financial and operational risk for the first 6 years. The land agreement, the land remains owned by the district. There is just a nominal rental payment. If we charge them a lot, they would just turn around and charge the energy back to us. Sun Peak is required to complete all the permitting studies, the interconnection study, the environmental, and the water supply assessment. You can see that we've moved to this point. We've been to the board several times now with the term sheet, the pre-application meeting that the Sun Peak and the county went through. We were there. They filed the conditional use permit, and we finalized all the negotiations. At this point, we are fairly along in the project. Sun Peak has been doing the project in anticipation of the PPA being ultimately approved, but under the understanding that should the board not approve it, then the district is not under any obligation to pay for any of these. So at this point, we're looking at essentially a few studies being in progress, but the project going forward. Another interesting thing is they hope to have it done by the second quarter of next year. Okay, so that we can be...
Mr. Cope, you said $5.6 million, that's the IIDs every year for maintenance?
No, sir. That $5.6 million would be the combined debt service and operation maintenance should we decide to purchase it. If we chose not to purchase it, then in year 7, the cost would jump up to roughly $6 million and then escalate at 1.5% from that point on.
Until such time as we do decide to purchase it.
Yes.
We use the terms PPA, which stands for Power Purchase Agreement. Basically, we're just buying the output of that project, and all of the upfront capital and the risk money is being put forward by Sun Peak. So IID is not under the construction risk associated with the project. We're like buying it through the meter.
Mr. Cope, benchmarking other projects,
Yes, sir.
our advantages are, one, night and being so close. Two, our land, and three, how easy it is to connect into our system. We're not having to transmit energy from Arizona or a windmill in Nevada to over here. So we have all those three cost advantages. How do you benchmark this price compared to other places who get energy from solar fields from different parts of the country?
In general, well, we know that it is at the low end of the cost that we are aware of between Edison, San Diego, and all the other SCAP entities. We know what the SCAP entities have paid because they've made it available to us. We also know approximately what Edison and San Diego have paid just from the published marginal price references available to us. Also, we have other solar projects that have been bid to us. So we are able to look at solar projects that have been bid to us from within Imperial Valley under the same RFP, and all of them came in more expensive than this. Not all of them use the same technology, but for those that provided photovoltaic energy, solar energy, regardless of technology, this one was the least expensive.
Director Mendoza, I think, had a question.
Dr. Cloak, could you go back to the slide where you're going too fast. Come back. One more. You had one where they were doing, they were already doing work on this project? Was that
Yes,
on your
ma'am.
slide? That's the one I wanted to see.
It's this one.
And how much money have they spent on doing all this requirements?
I don't know the cost.
But this is Sun's Peak's money, not the IID's
This
money.
is Sun Peak's money. We are not on, if we had signed this with a, in anticipation, so we enter into a PPA and then they begin all these studies, we could have delayed this project a year or 18 months. Sun Peak, well, wouldn't have been that long, at least 7 or 8 months. But Sun Peak, at their expense,
At their expense.
and at their risk, once we entered into the term sheet in April, began spending money on the project in anticipation. But if the board chooses not to go forward with it, then that's money that Sun Peak has lost.
One other question. Why is this under information? We have all the information here before us. Why not under action?
Because generally we bring it as a information item to the board and then as an action item, in this case, 2 weeks later. The board is welcome to action it like, but it's this.
Well, we actually have on here that it really is a problem when you put something down in information, take action, because somebody under the Brown Act may not have shown up because they thought it was information. Sometimes we bring straight to action, but we actually added on the agenda a little, you'll see there's a little comment that we're not supposed to take action on information items. But
We could at one time.
well, it really is
We
not
can
a
or
good
we can't?
It's not a good practice because somebody could argue that I didn't show up at the meeting because I thought it was on for information, it was coming back for action. You took action, you violated my right to be present.
Okay.
Director Body?
Dr. Cloak, what do you attribute the 0.5% loss of generation per year to?
Per year. The panels break down over time. You just see a degradation in the chemical makeup, and eventually the panels would have to be replaced.
Okay, is that a standard percentage loss of generation that's normal? And is it a guaranteed standard
It's
of
an
loss?
estimated. I can tell you that I have noticed that on the PV panels on my home, for example, that I'd lose from 2.7 to 2.6. Now I go out after 7 or 8 years, and if I ever get up to 2.5, kW, I'm very
It's
happy.
not particularly endemic to the panels being used in this case. Pretty much all the
panels do.
suppliers say that it's a 0.5% degradation per year.
I'm a solar analyst in They're a fraction of that. There are several companies that have much less than 0.5% degradation per year. But this is probably sort of typical. I think it is a typical number, so I think you got it right. But if you look far, you'll find companies that do have much less degradation. SunPower, look it up on Google.
Thank you.
And
Dr. Cloak, what would be the project life of the whole project?
well, under this agreement, if we did not purchase it in year 7, then at the end of year 30, we could force them to clean up, remove, turn the land back into what it is today, just essentially an empty field, and do whatever we wanted to it. If we purchased it, I would imagine that over time, as these panels begin to degrade, at some point there's going to be a point where we would start replacing the panels on our own on the same land. So I imagine that this, for all intents and purposes, would remain as a solar field for at least the lifetime of the people in this room.
Almost, right? Most?
Most.
Okay.
Even the young ones.
Well, I think this is really exciting. It's too bad we can't vote on this today because we've been talking about this and looking forward to this project for some time. So you're going to bring it back on the 24th for action?
Does
Yes.
any of the other directors have questions?
Yeah, I have. I would, I know Mr. Hoskins is in the audience and his 2 bosses are here. I don't know, Charlie, would you mind introducing, because I know you guys have been working on this project for quite a while with the IID, and since they've come all the way down here and invested a lot of money in this project, and it's going to be the first solar project here in the valley, I think it's important that they get introduced.
Thank you, Director Menville. My name is Charlie Hoskin. I remember this setting quite well. I have my 2 bosses here, Mr. Dave Rennie, Mr. Matt Rennie.
Mr. President, members of the board, thank you very much for inviting us up here. I think the real boss is Deb Hoskin.
Yes.
While I've got the opportunity, I'd like to thank Mr. Ajan, Dr. Koch. These people, in our view, have been the most professional people and their team that we've dealt with in 20 years in renewables. We've built 1,000 megawatts in the United States, in Europe. These people know what they're doing. We really appreciate the expertise that you have. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Does your son want to say anything?
No.
Okay, cool.
right.
Not while your dad's here, right?
We know who's the spokesman.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie.
We're moving on to item number 10, major work authorization P6699 to upgrade existing circuit at Avenue 52 substation in Coachella.
And Mario has this one and the next one.
Thank you, President Sanchez. What we'd like to do is present to the board a MWA for project 6699, which is reconducting approximately 3,000 feet of overhead lines from 1-hot to 395.5 all aluminum copper wire. This is in the city of Coachella. I always get mixed up on this. Okay. The scope of the project, as I mentioned before, is about 3,000 feet of existing overhead wire. This is underbuilt. It's sitting under transmission lines, so it's a dual-purpose line. The existing project is total cost is $246,180. There is a slight difference in your packet. It was really just due to rounding up. Depending on one engineer rounded up, the other one rounded down. So the justification for the project is a number of things. One is to bring compliance, the overhead lines into California Order 95. The other one is to increase the capacity of this particular circuit. It actually is a backbone to a number of other circuits. It'll allow us to tie the other circuits in a loop. It will offload some of the other circuits that are in the older part of Coachella. This project actually is close to 40 years old. It's in the industrial part of the city of Coachella, and it's an attempt to increase their reliability. We've been having issues with outages the last summer. This particular backbone during the summer peak was about close to 40%. It's rated allowable capacity, and have to remember that allowable capacity is additional 20% over the rated capacity. This is a overhead view of the location of the project. As you can see, it's primarily industrial. Follows along the highway and road, along Highway 111 off of Avenue 52. The benefit analysis was conducted. The project it actually came out as being, I believe, number 4 of the library. It is part of our approved capital budget. It also, of course, as we have stated before, for some reason, if the project is, as we go through, enter into construction, any requests or change orders, we'll be sure to bring it back to the board. Again, as mentioned before, I misspoke. It's actually number 3 of our library with a maximum points of 124 points. Again, the reason for the project is that we are trying to meet GO 95 standards and rules, regulations for most of our overhead lines. As you remember, we brought some to the board not too recently, primarily doing in the city of Brawley. This one also, though, is the critical because that particular area, particularly in the area of the Coachella, is we haven't done any upgrading in the last 40 years. This will allow us to balance the load and the number of circuits that feed that area. Any questions?
This is only for information. You'll bring it back on the 24th, correct?
Apparently, I guess I couldn't ask you to vote for that. I'm sorry.
I wanted to be more efficient, but I guess we can't, so bring it back.
Thank you.
Item number 11, Mario. P6704, upgrade conductor circuit at Mecca substation.
Thank you, President Sanchez. Again, this is another project. This is in the city of Mecca. For those of you that do join us at the ECAC, we have one of our ACAC members that's from Mecca, and she always has a point to remind me when we lose power at Mecca, and this is actually one of the attempts to try to resolve that area. Again, this is actually doing about 5,000 feet of overhead line going from 1/0 to 397, all aluminum copper. This actually allows the distribution line to go from about 230 amps of rated to 540 amp capacity, more than doubling it. Again, this allows us to meet our GO 95 regulations. It also allows us to have increased reliability, allows us to balance some of that load that we have in that area of Mecca. The line is close to 40 years old in age also. When this line was first originally put in, Mecca was just a little town. If anybody's been there, it's actually grown. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot of trailer parks. People go from single wides to double wides, and you get that load creep. The projected cost is $298,290. Again, the justification is reliability, trying to balance the load and hopefully allow the SOC and DOC to, in the event of an outage on this circuit, is offload some of the load into existing circuits and reduce the outages to our customers, particularly in the summer. This is an aerial view of the area. This is pretty much straight shot down an opened road. The board will notice that this is almost twice the length of the project as the previous one I just presented for about the same amount of money, primarily because this is open country. There's nothing to get in the way. It's not underbuilt, so we don't have to work with the lines energized. And even just a matter of reference, the one that we brought to Brawley for 3,000 feet was about $800,000 because that's, depending on the complexity, that was working in alleys and having to deal with all that. So the production or the efficiency of the crews or the project really depends on the environment where it sits. This, again, is in the approved capital budget. It is also, we are working with PMO. These projects are all reviewed and communications has been good with Angel now on board. I do want to commend that we are making a lot of headway with PMO, or I guess you would say he's making a lot of headway with us. This is number 8. The reason that it's not number 4 or number 5 is the complexity. Some of the other projects are a little bit more complex. When we looked at the ability to do this, the money on the return on our money, this project just stood out. So we went ahead and jumped some of the other projects. And that kind of concludes the presentation. Just for your information, one of these is, I believe this is actually going to be contracted out to Dr. Mensah, and the other one is being done by internal resources. So it's 1 and 1.
Why is one being contracted out and
We don't have the resources to do all our O&M and all of the capital that the system requires. So we resource load all our the projects primarily first with all the internal resources, and then we part out the rest of the projects.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for item number 11?
This will come back.
It'll come back in 2
24th.
weeks.
All right.
24th?
Thank you,
Yes,
Mario.
thank you.
Moving on to number 12, major authorization G0103 to install human resources enhancements.
And we have Danny and Dane.
This will take a moment for a little setup because we have a demo to share with you as we go through the presentation. So bear with us for a moment. How long will this take, fellas? Is this a time for a quick break or?
No, I think we're gonna,
Okay.
after
Very
we
good.
finish this, we'll, after we finish informational item, I was gonna get a 10-minute break.
Sorry.
Well,
Good afternoon. I'm Dane Vaughn. I'll be presenting the MWA request for employee self-service and manager self-service. I wanted to do a quick presentation to give you an overview of what employee self-service and manager self-service is, what the benefits are, and then we also have a demonstration of our working prototype so you can kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. So employee self-service is basically an online real-time access to HR data, administrative data through a standard web browser. So it gives an employee, a supervisor, manager, and some HR administrative personnel access to data and services from HR. It leverages our existing environment and enterprise portals. The functionality that we're looking to implement over a 3-year period for employee self-service involves update of personal information, access to benefits information, open enrollment being one of them online, some payroll type activities, time management, recording of working time, leave requests, travel management, life and work events such as the birth of a new child or a wedding event, and also access to skills and appraisals functionality. Manager self-service offers functionality in the following areas: time management for approvals of timesheets online, team management, organizational management. The first two we'll see simulated today in our working prototype. Compensation management, performance management, competency management, succession planning, and all delivered via real-time analytics in a working dashboard environment. These types of self-services are delivered through a multitude of channels. Today we'll look at the portals solution, but we could also offer kiosk at specific locations throughout the district for employees to access the functionality. And we look in stages further down the line to also mobilize through handheld devices some of these functions. So here's kind of the home page. I'm going to demo this, so I won't spend a lot of time here. And here's the manager self-service homepage. Some of the benefits associated with employee self-service is it leverages a self-service model, promotes operational efficiencies by reducing HR workload, and it's paperless and it's workflow enabled that leverages some capabilities we already have implemented in the back-end system of SAP. It automates some time-consuming, costly paper-based processes and reduces the cycle time for an employee to get information back from HR. Leverages our existing investment. The back-end system is already in place, and that's our human resources functionality. So this is kind of wrapping a front end around that. Reduces costs for paper, printing, postage, and handling. And empowers and enables our HR professionals to focus on higher valued tasks. It supports the strategic objective to attract, retain, and further develop IID employees. Supports some of the matrix studies and findings and recommendations. So what we're asking for today is to consider this stage one, which we've staged this in 3 stages. One's a foundational stage, 2's an improvement stage, and 3 is an operational excellence stage. So we're looking at today funding to support this stage 1.
What is the funding for stage 1? What's the amount?
The investment is actually $354,000.
For stage 1?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would have a different number for stage 2 and stage 3?
And I've estimated those right here
And
under
what would be the
2011 and 2012.
So what's the total cost?
1.1.
It
Total
doesn't-
cost is approximately 1.1
Okay, because
over 3 years.
Yeah, because in your background, it just states the first phase. And in reading this, one would, well, myself, I would have thought the total cost was about $300,000, but it's not. It's more than that. It doesn't really state it here in the background, unless I'm not reading correctly.
I think we've tried to estimate the whole 3-year project, and in fact, our cost-benefit analysis and our business case is based on the 3-year process, or project, I'm sorry. So what page are you looking at?
I'm page 93. If, in the future, I know you have all the backing information behind this, in the front page, instead of just putting
On the board
amount,
memo?
Yeah, just put the whole amount. Don't piecemeal it for me, please.
Okay,
just
sure.
give me, this is stage 1, this is how much it's going to cost. However, the total cost is XXX. Would you do
Okay,
that
and
for
then
me,
if
please?
you could just turn to page 96, and I've basically kind of laid that out there, but the next time we'd certainly
I
put it in
understand, but
the,
I would like to have the whole number
you bet.
and in the background,
Be
at the
happy to.
beginning, so I know how
Thank
much
you.
it's going to be.
Yep.
She's tough. Hit it with her at one time.
Dr. Guadi?
You have the total simple payback period for the entire 3-year project, because you're only using 5-year just on the first portion of phase 0 and phase 1.
Actually, these numbers here, the net present value of 385 takes into account the total 3-year investment, and the simple payback is 5 years based on the estimated benefits. So
For the 5 years, for the whole thing.
For the whole project, yes.
Okay.
We anticipate we would come back with either an amendment to this MWA or new MWA for stage 2 and stage 3, but our cost benefit analysis is for the entire project and all the functionality we've proposed.
You know, I know Systech is probably very good and probably one of the best, but the problem is it's $1.1 million no matter how you look at it. And sole sourcing out just for that amount is where I have some concerns.
but we would not necessarily be committed to SysTech for stage 2 and stage 3. Part of the approach is to mitigate that risk through these stages. Our service agreement would be only for stage 1. This facilitates our schedule constraints by going with SysTech, and also would give us time to develop some alternatives if in fact they didn't meet our expectations in stage 1.
So stage 0 and stage 1, it's easy for anybody just to jump in where these people may leave off, and it won't cost any more to have to go back and revamp that so it interfaces or is compatible with something they might have done.
No, basically, we could pick up with a different service provider in subsequent stages if we needed to do that. Yep.
I have one more question. Will this program eliminate jobs in human resources since you're becoming so efficient, Mr. DeVoy?
In the 2011 budget, we've got 2 jobs that we would be eliminating. They're currently vacant, but we've purposely not filled positions in anticipation of getting this functionality. And as time goes by and we're able to implement this and gain expertise in it and get comfortable with it, there's potential for gaining that kind of through attrition, getting more efficient and potentially not needing staff or reallocating resources in a proper way.
And you mentioned that Matrix has completed the audit of your Department of Human Resources, and you're coming back to the board with that analysis when?
On the 24th.
24th?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I can, I think that's the last slide. Yeah, I can step into the demo. I'll ask my lovely assistant to hook up a microphone back there.
Are you blind? He's cute, but he's not lovely.
So basically, as I mentioned, the access is through a portals environment, which is a web-based environment that we currently have. This would simulate me as an employee going in. And the first thing you'll notice on this screen is it's already been branded for IID. It's got a much improved look and feel over the standard SAP user interface. So it's very familiar, which we anticipate this would enhance the adoptability of the functionality across the district for all the employees. So the first thing, and this page, this home page, can be configurable to our specific requirements that the district has. We just picked out some basic functionality to give you an idea of what this environment looks like. So what I'm going to simulate first is going in, and actually it's more than a simulation. I'm actually going in to an employee record, would be my employee record, and changing my address. So you'll notice up here there's this guided procedure, if you will, in what they call breadcrumbing. So I'm in the first step of the process, and I just click on Edit, and my information pops up, and I could just change my address here. And if you notice also that I can make it as of today, or I can make it as of a future date. So if I had a scheduled move date at the end of the month, and there would be, normally I would, in this process, would have to fill out a form, send it to HR, they would have to process it, then it would have to come back to me for confirmation, and you can imagine all the different hands that would touch that piece of paper through the process. In this step, essentially nobody from HR would have to be involved. So now I get a confirmation again. If you look across the top here, you'll see that the breadcrumbing is advancing to a review and save stage. You always get in these updates a review of the information you've put in. So I save it, and now I get a confirmation. So that was kind of a simple example of changing personal information. Now I'm going to simulate going into an annual open enrollment for benefits. And what you're seeing here now, and again, this is configurable. These are all my plans. I want to go in and change my medical plan. And I click on Edit Plan, and again, you'll see the breadcrumbing across the top. I can change it to a different plan. It's got the cost for each of the plans. I can add a dependent to that. And then you'll see the change here in the adjusted amount. And again, another step in the process is to review that. I'll see everything that's been unchanged, and then I'll see the highlighted part that's been modified. I'll click on Save, and that process is complete. And again, that did not involve or need to involve any individuals from HR. So now let's say that it's the end of the open enrollment period. I want to get a printout of all my options that I've selected for benefits. So I can do a confirmation printout. And that renders in a standard PDF environment. Again, I wouldn't have to have any postage, no paper, no handling or anything of the sort. And I could print this at my leisure or just keep it online.
These processes currently take hours and hours of data entry during the open enrollment process. So a few years down the road, people will be looking back and say, why didn't we do this sooner?
Was this program, were we able to buy that when we bought SAP back in 2000?
I'm not sure back in 2000, I don't know.
It wasn't even invented yet?
Probably not. It's been evolving over the last few years, and each year it gets better. So the user experience, even with this enhancement pack or future enhancement packs, will only get better and more intuitive.
The next piece of this is to simulate printout of a pay stub, which right now obviously is paper-based. So this is not exact. We would want to customize how this looked, format it a little differently, but that just shows you how easy it is. And then you can actually go back and look at prior statements. So again, you could eliminate paper in the entire process.
Dane, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
It seems like the product is, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, is done because you're showing it to us. So what would be the contract services for? I can understand the licenses to use the product. So what would be the contract services for?
Well, this is a very simple, basic prototype based on some test data, but it does illustrate the relative ease by which you can implement this. However, there's a significant amount of configuration that we need to do. We need to document all that configuration. We need to set up for training. And so there is quite a bit of effort to get us to where this is production ready. This may give you the impression that we're ready to go live with this. And that was kind of the impression we wanted to leave, is that this is a real working prototype, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Okay.
Yep. So the next function I want to demonstrate is employment verification. So if you, for instance, were in the market for a mortgage or something like this and you had to request employment verification from HR, if you were to send this employment verification by fax, our fax server is integrated with SAP, there would be no requirement at all for HR to get involved. If you wanted to send it by mail, you would have the option to do that, and we'll just send. We'll entitle this to Mr. Generous from the lending company at 123 Main Street in Imperial. So in the case of sending it by mail, then HR would be involved in that case just to put it in an envelope and send it from an official envelope from the district. But otherwise, you could send it by fax, and again, that would eliminate the need for paper. And here again, just showing the breadcrumbing and the intuitive look and feel of the environment. Then the last thing I'll just simulate here is working time to show how an individual could input their time card. So here we have different attendance types and absentee types, and your question earlier about what else do we need to configure and what else is the effort. These are the types of things that we need to select to customize this. This is standard right now. We may have different attendance types and absentee types that we need to have configured so that they hit payroll correctly. But if you notice on this, there's a plan line. So for this schedule, it's basically saying I'm planned to work these hours, and then I'll put in my actual hours. And again, there's a review step.
Would an employee be able to type in, I wish to have vacation or a day off on this particular day, and the management would respond through email, or?
Let me show you that in just a second. That would be under actually a request, a leave request, which is a little bit different functionality. This would be a timesheet. So after the leave request, then you would, after the leave request has been approved, you would record your time or working time or non-attendance time after that leave request. But I'll show you that in just a second, because we're going to simulate approval of the timesheet, and that would be a similar type of process for travel and leave requests. Does that help?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because I've had a meeting with an employee who says that he keeps getting overlooked on vacation time, and someone else always gets his or hers, and he doesn't ever get the same whichever day he wants.
Right.
But so in other words, for favoritism. But now it's all documented, and now you can be able to say, oh, this person is getting his certain vacation time every time he or she wants it, and this person maybe, so everything's documented, which is good. Yeah.
And there's another piece of functionality that I'll show you that may help with that as well. So basically, we've gone through on employee self-service, we've changed personal information, we've done an open enrollment, we've simulated a pay stub, we've done a simulation of an employment verification and time recording. So just to answer your question about the leave request, there's, I'm not sure where it is actually. Somewhere in here would be a button for a leave request. Now I'll go to manager self-service. So now we're looking at this from the manager's perspective. And the first thing that pops up the way we have it configured now is what's called a universal work list. This is a central inbox for any approvals that may be awaiting. For instance, the individual that requested the vacation, that would show up here immediately. For the manager. And then here's the other thing that might help that scenario is going to the team home page, and you'll see when this pops up, it takes just a few seconds to render, hopefully. When this initially pops up, there's a thing called a team calendar, which the manager will be able to see who's scheduled for for what what events, what absentees, and so forth. So that's this team calendar right here, and I've got 2 employees scheduled to be absent. This also gives you your whole team here, and it also allows you to monitor any tasks that are scheduled for that particular employee, gives you information about the employee and so forth. So the last piece that I just wanted to show is the approval of a timesheet, and you could approve these individually or you could approve them collectively, and you would have something similar to approve for a travel request or for a leave request. So this would be the kind of thing you would see there.
And with that,
I have one.
stay in the system, the requests, or are they deleted?
No, those are forever in the system until we archive those transactions. So that record's established, and the signatures associated with that request and the approvals are electronically stamped as well.
What about the employee's W-4s? Can the employee go in and change dependents, him or herself, or
Yes.
they can do that?
We don't have that.
In this first stage?
I'm sorry?
In this first stage, or?
Yes, we're planning that in the first stage, yes. We don't have that configured in our working prototype, but that would be one of those additional things that we need services for. So you can imagine some of the workload that we can reduce throughout the district and the improvement, not only in HR, but also in the functional departments, because they're also processing a lot of this paper, not only in HR, but in the functional areas as well.
Okay.
So.
All right. Any other questions for Dane?
And this will come back on the
Great,
24th.
Dane.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to item number 13, Mr. President.
Item number 13, revised memorandum of understanding with International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
No problem. Mr. DuBois.
Good afternoon, Dan DeVoy, Manager of Human Resources and Loss Control. Upon your recognition of the IBEW Local 465 as the exclusive representative of the rank and file bargaining unit last September, that created an obligation on our part under the Myers-Milius-Brown Act to negotiate in good faith with IBEW for an agreement. Or an MOU. We've concluded that process, and we have a tentative agreement with IBEW, and basically our approach was, we already have an agreement in place, so let's, in essence, roll that over and make sure that we just continue that out to its fruition, or to its expiration date, and take care of a few things. None of the changes that are in here or amendments are economic or incur any costs on the part of the district.
And what are those changes, Mr.
The
DeVoy?
changes are on page 2. Excuse me, you know what? Let me grab my agenda. On page 117 of your packet, under Article 2, recognition, we've included the language that recognizes IBEW Local 465 as the exclusive rep of the rank and file unit. If you go to under Article 7, salaries, there's paragraph K.
On page 120.
On page 120. And this is recognizing a desire on their part that if we should negotiate in the future pay increases, that we would consider or would entertain discussion about using some of the money from pay increases to enhance the retirement system, to maybe say, as an example, there was approval or agreement for a 3% general increase, take 1% of that and put that in the retirement contribution and 2% on salary. So that's really what they're asking for. It doesn't create any obligation on the district's part other than to be willing to talk about it and consider it. We also included under Article 10, health benefits, starts on page 121. We just included everything that we previously agreed to last year for the 2010 plan year. We just added those to the MOU, just to formalize it in the MOU. And then we added an Article 13, which you will find on your page 126 of your packet. And this is in the event that they have a showing of interest in agency shop and conduct an election and prevail in that election, or have a majority of the employees vote to create an agency shop arrangement, that we would then negotiate an article that would formalize it. And if they were to ask for an election and win an election, we'd be obligated to do that anyway. So we didn't see any issue with putting that language in the agreement.
What does that do?
Agency shop arrangement would basically, you may have heard the term closed shop, but basically would require everybody in the unit to pay dues, to be dues-paying members.
What are the dues that they pay now per month?
I believe it's around $32 a month.
So if each union member would have to pay the dues, then roughly it's close to $400 a year that they'd pay in dues. Is that correct?
That would be right.
32 times 12 is $384.
Yes, sir.
And then how many people belong to the union?
Over to the bargaining unit, in the rank and file bargaining unit, is just over 1,000 members of the bargaining unit. Current dues-paying members, I'm not sure. I would say it's around 200 to 300. Yes.
So they'd raise about $384,000 in dues in a year. If this thing went down and they got the 50% vote.
Yeah, I haven't done the math, but I agree with that. That's probably true.
Thank you.
This MOU expires December of 2011?
Correct.
December?
Yeah, and that's what our current MOUs with all the bargaining units are. So that was the approach we took, is let's just get this in place, and then we'll negotiate for a successor agreement at the end of, we'd be negotiating next year for a successor agreement.
The IIDEA, for next year, when can they start collecting signatures if they want to compete with this particular union, and they'd be the representative?
They could start collecting anytime.
Next year?
Yeah.
So the first of the year, middle of the year?
I don't know that that's, I don't know what the requirement is. I think, I don't know that there's a requirement that the authorization cards be a certain age.
But they have to be in 2011?
I don't know that there's a requirement that requires that.
What's the purpose for reopening every year?
Typically, you have limited reopeners. So you can open either a new term or an existing term or article, of the MOU, and typically you have reopeners for wages and benefits. And typically these days, we want to have reopeners for benefits just because it's always a moving target, and the health care or the health benefit plan is something that we're trying to keep under control and contain the cost and make sure we have a viable plan. So that's why it's important to have a reopener for that every year.
And with the reopener, when we get something, we have to give something. Is that correct?
That's
obviously
probably
you're
the approach
negotiating
everyone. Yeah, that's the approach people take.
But legally, do we have to?
If we've got it in our agreement that we're going to have reopeners, yes, then we have an obligation to, if the parties decide to.
Only
I
during
mean-
the reopeners, but not during a new 3-year contract.
As you reach the expiration date, typically, now you're not
Start
dealing with
scratch.
reopeners, yeah. You can get a laundry list of things that people may be interested in. The other two things that we agreed to is policy 4295, which is sick leave. It has a paragraph in there, and we'll bring this to you on the 24th when we bring it back. But currently, employees can vacation out when they get to retirement. They can convert their sick leave to vacation, a certain percentage, and they can use that to vacation out. We've agreed that any new employees that are hired after you adopt or approve this MOU, those new employees will not be allowed to vacation out. They would simply be paid the value of their remaining accrued vacation and whatever sick leave conversion there is, and they would be paid that in a lump sum, like non-retiree eligible employees would be at the end of their tenure.
Let me ask you a question, Dan.
Yes.
In your 25 years experience?
Yes.
And the
20 or
ability,
so.
the ability to reopen every year, when would this be back forward to the table to be able to go back to revert prior to 2002?
We are currently in a reopener period for wages and benefits. So we are currently at the table for negotiations for wages and benefits, and we'll be talking to you more about that. Also on the 4350, the disciplinary policy, we've agreed to language that just is a slight modification of language. We negotiated and agreed to language with the current MOU that created a third-party neutral hearing officer for disciplinary appeals. That hearing officer's decision is then presented to the board, and if the board accepts it, then the discipline is formalized. We just slightly changed the language so that the board will accept the findings of the hearing officer unless the board decides that it's not a reasonable finding. And at that point, the board can overturn or reverse the findings of the hearing officer. So that language has been changed. But it really doesn't change. They already had that. Yeah, that language is in there, and it doesn't really change the application of that concept.
The board still retains the right to overturn a
Absolutely.
third party's decision.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
They just wanted language that made it look like you really definitely had that right.
Do we have
As
the
a-
right, or
you-
don't we have the
You
right?
have the right now.
Yes, yes,
They're
you do.
just, it's just optics.
And that, yes, ma'am.
No, I noticed Mr. Castillo in the audience with the IIDA. Did you have anything to say, Steve?
You want to come up to the board? But first, Director Hanks has a question, Dan.
I'm sorry.
You can come up forward, Steve, and
Mr. DeVoy.
Yes, sir.
How are you officially notified who the negotiator will be for the?
Who the, typically it's, they have a business officer, who's John Hunter, and he's typically the lead negotiator. And I think the language calls for that they can have up to 4 people at the table.
Was he the person that signed?
Yes,
Could you print his name in? and so forth?
absolutely. I'd be happy to.
It's not just John Hunter, right?
No, sir. He's easy to negotiate with.
I didn't see anything under an All-American, so probably never.
The guy, no, I won't. I was going to make a bad comment, but it wouldn't be fair to the other John Hunter. But I'll tell you what he's not a rocket scientist.
I
only say that because he is a rocket scientist.
No. John Hunter doesn't design
No.
weapons of mass destruction.
I do a little bit of that.
Not just for Mr. DeVoy, but a lot of signature page come and there's signatures I have no clue who they belong to.
Yes, sir.
It'd sure be helpful if we had a name
I get
down
that.
there.
I understand.
And they can scribble however they want to.
Happy to do that.
Steve?
Hello, my name's Stephen Castillo. I'm Secretary of the Imperial Irrigation Districts Employee Association. And I just want here to remind the board that there are pending challenges before the Public Employees Relations Board to the card checking proceedings, and also that we are questioning the validity of the process right now. You remember back in February, if I remember correctly, back in February, the board approved a memorandum of understanding with the association that expired in December 31, 2011. Then we had this election, exclusive representation that was approved in September of 2009. And basically it happened right in the middle of our memorandum of understanding. So like I said, we have two challenges that we have before the PERB board. One is the process itself, and the other one was if it should have been done with the fact that we had a current memorandum of understanding signed with the board at this time that the elections were being conducted. And as of today, we still have not heard from the PERB board. But the question would be is that if we do get a judgment in the near future, and if it is to the association's liking, then basically we start all over again with this memorandum of understanding, I would imagine. So it's something I want the board to be
Thank you,
aware
Steve.
of.
Maybe Dan, you want to explain to the public what's going on?
Yeah, the IIDEA did file a complaint with the Public Employee Relations Board, challenging the process of the card check election and also raising the fact that they had a current MOU, so we couldn't go into a new one. However, under the MMBA, we are obligated to meet and confer in good faith with the exclusive exclusive representative of the rank and file unit. Now, if the I would anticipate that if the PERB renders a decision on the current complaint, they will be very clear on in their direction to us. So I think if we don't consummate this or take this to its fruition, I think we'd be exposing ourselves to an unfair labor practice or some sort of a bad faith charge by IBEW.
Dan, would you explain who is PERB?
The Public Employee Relations Board has the jurisdiction over public employers in California regarding collective bargaining and their agreements with labor groups.
Are they who sits on the board? Union members or ratepayers?
That's a good question. I think they're probably appointed by the governor.
They're an appointed state board.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Thank you. We'll actually take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
We'll proceed with action agenda. Item number 14, authorization to proceed with installation of All-American Canal buoy lines.
Yes, President Sanchez, I move to authorize the general manager to proceed with the development of a comprehensive plan and schedule for the installation of the buoy lines at the established intervals in the All-American Canal for the installation completion date to be September 20th, 2010.
Perhaps a comment on that.
Comment.
We've completed, well, we will complete as of this week the specifications. Contracts gets it the beginning of next week. Typically, and we're going to beat the schedule, but typically it's 6 to 8 weeks before contracts puts together something, goes out to bid, reviews the bids, and then finally awards that. I think we can get that down to 4 or 5 weeks. We can really condense that. But that puts us out in the third or final week of September before the actual construction. So I don't think we can physically get the job done by then. But my schedule is that the bid be awarded in September, and it might be second or third or fourth week.
I know I'm not asking to redo something that of a 7.2 magnitude earthquake would do, but the urgency is still the same.
Agreed.
And I know what they can do when a 7.2 earthquake hits and how fast they can do it. I think September 20th is very reasonable, and I have a high degree of certainty that it'll be completed on time.
Mr. Brady, if the bid was to be awarded in the end of September, how long after that for construction?
I don't have that schedule. It involves, it's 20, now this is the initial line portion, 23 miles would be 40-some buoys, perhaps a month, perhaps less.
So by end of October, one more month?
End of October.
Okay.
We also, and as well, and we're going to do this all concurrently. Unfortunately, I've had requests from at least one director that we present to the WCAB, not for approval, but for information. Farm Bureau, they're dark in August, so we would have to be doing that in the first or second week of September. That will not hold up the process, so anyway, I seriously doubt that going through our procedures with deliberate speed that we can finish up by the 20th of September.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up in early in June when I got back from Washington, is because the process started well over 3 years ago. About 2 years ago exactly, we supported San Diego's efforts. And again, it hasn't just started last week or since the last board meeting.
Understand.
Now, if the delays were because they didn't go out to bid and they've followed the process and the procedure, that's their problem, because the board gave clear direction before and support where to go. So, and I go, I'm not just talking about the line section. It's established intervals on the All-American Canal, and the board's established those. So it's in its entirety, the lined and unlined. And I hope that the board will support Director Hanks is suggesting, hopefully I'll get support to be able to go back to Washington in September and try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's important that Washington pay for their property.
Well, and we have
a first and a second.
I'm sorry?
We have a first and a second. Any other comments? Please vote.
I have questions.
Yep.
I don't know whether Dr. Hunter had it. I have a couple of questions. Right, what we're voting on is half mile on the line portion and 1 mile on the unlined portion. That's for the full 80 miles of the canal, correct?
Correct. At least that's staff's assumption.
And then right now what it's doing is the cost of the project is basically coming out of the water department side. It's how it's getting funded, and unless you can find funding from either San Diego or from the Bureau to replace the cost of what's going to take.
Yeah, it'll come out of the capital budget. I mean, it's a capital item, so it'll come out of the capital.
And then, our Dr. Hunter, are you going to be involved in this process any? Because I know that you want certain type of buoys, the buoys to be a certain
I'd be happy to install them all, but I do it within a week.
Well, my question is, are we going to get a sign off on you on what we're doing here?
Well, obviously, I'd be tickled pink if you guys would include me in this. I would appreciate it. It's up to you. Yeah,
well, the only thing I'm saying is, I don't know how this thing's going to shake out. I'm going to vote in favor of it. Yeah. And but if we continue to have drownings because of the buoys, then we've got a real problem on our hands.
Yeah, I would say let's put them in before you decide that. You've already had 600 dead people without the buoys. The odds are it's going to help them.
So what I'm saying is, I know that you and Mrs. Hunter have been down here, and the other gentleman out of La Jolla, and you've been trying to push this project for a long time. It even goes back, I think, to 2001.
Correct.
When I sat in the audience and saw you here. So my question is, we're moving ahead. We're going to do what you've been asking for. And so are we going to get any kind of a sign-off from you on this project?
Let's put it this way. We're the little people, guys, really. I may be big, but I'm really the little people. There's a handful of us here. But as my wife says, we represent the people that have drowned, okay? And there's thousands of those people's families that are affected. So we're going to stay involved as long as we think it has a positive impact. But I'm going to try not to be the bully of the valley, as I was mischaracterized once. I've never intimidated you guys or been mean to you. I don't have enough resources to do that. So we'll stay involved and try and help out as best we can. I told Mr. Agajanian I'd be happy to help him analyze the solar stuff. I do that for a living part of the time. We're simpatico to you guys, okay? But our overarching cause is the mother of these drowned kids and drowned guys and drowned women. So if we think we're seeing some positive results, I'd buy you guys all a beer or two right now if we could get some stuff moving forward. But so I hope that answers your question, Jean-Pierre. In other words, we appreciate the valley. This is something that I hope will be a remedy, and we should look at it with very, very logically in 6 months and see if it's had a positive effect. If by some accident it has a negative effect, I'll be the first one to pull the buoys out, and it takes you 1 minute to pull them out. But I don't think it's going to have that effect. Yeah.
Well, Mr. I think the vote's going to be either can we do it by September 20th or October 20th. I think that is the vote is on the table. Mr. Brady, are you going to be able to do it by September 20th if the board chooses to go by September 20th?
If the board would like to suspend all the procedures that we have, if the board would like to give me unlimited, no price cap to install these, not have any problem with prevailing wage, I'm certainly game for that. But realistically, on an expedited basis, developing the bid package for it to go out to have at least a short notice period for for contractors to respond to it, to evaluate the bids, to get that takes several weeks. And we're making a huge assumption that all these materials, the buoys and the cables, and it might be quite available, they might not be. Mm-hmm. So, what I am suggesting is best efforts, which I expect by the 3rd or 4th week of September at the latest, we'll have a construction, by the 20th or thereabouts, we will have a construction award. And then it's up to the contractor how fast they can do that.
Well, I like to, Mr. Hunter, just for your information, because however it might get out into the public, I'm going to be voting no for the first vote that's on the table, but I'm going to be voting yes for the second one, if there is a second one, to follow, so we can get the cheapest bid, so to speak, of buoys and try to get it in there before October 20th, which is when we're.
Well, okay, but you're saying in general you are in favor of it,
yes,
correct? But you just want to have a timeline that you think is a little more reasonable. So
right.
That's all you're saying.
Right.
Well, listen, I understand that. I've been through the process before. I appreciate Mike trying to expedite this because we've been working it for years. It is a little strange that after it takes so much time. But if you could do your bid package quickly.
Right, and I think you had mentioned a company who you can get it cheaper as well.
Yeah, I did.
So I think that's what we're going to do is we go off an RFP and we get about 4 or 5 bids, and whichever buoys are
right.
Instead of moving forward and we don't go through the bid and it's called a source, and then we get attacked for that too. So.
No, and in fact, it's real simple. There's 2 or 3 buoy suppliers out there. I used Rillion because it was the cheapest and fastest.
So the vote today that will happen will be to put the buoys in.
Okay.
And if they don't, in my opinion, if they're not in by November, then we have serious problems with our general manager because the vote today is directing him to put him in.
Yeah, well, listen, guys, like I said, I'm happy that it's finally, after all these years, is actually going forward. So, and John, I would be happy to work with your engineers and help them pick the right buoy sizes. 14, 16 inches are fine. 10-foot centers is fine. It took me 7 minutes to put the first string in. I could put them all in a matter of a day, but you guys can take months if you want to. Yeah, now I know you got to auger down and put some a sonotube in and pour concrete, put 1% rebar in. I've done this before for a living, and it's no big deal. But I know this. You got to go through the steps and dot the i's. So let me help you if you want me to, anytime. Well, and I'm on your side in this endeavor.
That's up to staff. But the main thing, Mr. Hunter, I think that it needs to be done. If you get a positive vote out of the board to move forward, it needs to be done correctly because these things are going to be here for 100 years.
Hopefully, yeah.
And whoever ends up paying the costs you got installation funding, you got an O&M, operation and maintenance. There's going to be quite a bit of cost to this over a long
There's very
period
little
of time.
O&M. Once every 20 years, you pull a buoy line out. I've seen those. It's almost zero compared to your solar system, where your O&M is 10% of your installed cost. Nothing. There's no O&M.
That all has to be factored into the cost of the buoys.
I understand, but if you've been to Drop 4 as many times as I have never seen a person doing any maintenance on those buoys whatsoever, ever.
All right.
There's nothing to do. And
All
by the
right.
way, I will install them for you for free. Okay?
We have a motion on the table. Ever a second, please vote. Moving forward with item 15, review action on draft RFP for local entity 2010 competitive grant program.
Mr. President, may I, just for clarification, what did just pass that you want them all in by September 20th?
We notice your objection to the timeline.
I want them put in correctly.
Yeah.
I want them.
get 'em-
Well-
some things could teeter on it, but that's a date that go. I mean, there are things going in. If all of a sudden you got a couple didn't show up, well, we'll give you a little more time. We've extended other things, other projects, if there's good progress being made.
Understand.
All right.
Just keep the board informed as it's going in.
Moving forward to review action on draft RFP for local entity 2010 competitive grant program.
Jeff Garber's here. I have Greg Gottlieb and Gustavo Reza and Glenn Sampson. Mr. Brook is unavailable. We discussed this as an informational item. It's back as an informational, perhaps an action item. It's on the action agenda. We did make some specific changes to address a number of issues that were raised by Director Hanks and Director Mendoza, and I'd like you to show you those. We also cleaned up some other issues. We talked at some length about the issue of matching and non-matching funds. If you look at page 4, Jennifer, can we get page 4 up there? We reduced the matching percentage to 10%. We defined cash matching in such a way that it should include all the forms of in-kind that Director Hanks was referring to that an entity would provide. It says cash match funds are provided by the applicant or third party, but not program grant funds. They may be utilized to pay the cost of any expense related to the project, such as rent, labor, services, associated cost, as budgeted and approved. And they can be used during any time in the project, as long as they put it in their budget. So overhead costs that they would experience, that can be considered a cash match. In-kind is only defined as provision of services, goods and services of value by a third party, not the applicant, not program grant funds. So I would ask Director Hanks, I think that satisfies your concern. It really opens up the ability of the applicant to satisfy with their own services things of value other than putting straight cash up front.
That satisfies my concerns.
Okay. And we discussed that at some length among the group, and I don't, I know we reduced the percentage to 10 and felt that was still adequate to get at least some input by
Mr.
the
Garber?
applicant. Yes, ma'am.
What if we just eliminated in-kind completely and lowered the cash match to 5%? Would that be easier on the applicants? Mr., what do you think of that idea?
I think
Glenn or Gustavo? Is it reasonable?
It's certainly doable. The question is, how much of a buy-in do you want by the applicant? Our group, when we met and talked about it, we felt 10% was reasonable. And that's our recommendation to the board as a local entity.
And this in-kind match is it to be provided by a third party other than the applicant? Explain that to me.
Okay. The applicant would be providing what you might think of as cash match by the applicant is actually money that they're going to be paying. In other words, they will allocate, 10% 10%, 20% of their power bill toward this program. They will allocate so much in rent or insurance. They will allocate and say, you know, this is what the thing is costing. So they'll be able to write a check to IID, the gas company, you know, whoever picks up the trash, you know, the city, for those utilities. So it was kind of, you know, it's just a matter of semantics, so to speak.
Okay, all right, now I understand.
Okay.
So they would still be able to write off the rent or their utility bills and so forth
They can include that as a part of.
up there? Okay, I understand.
If you look at the bottom, if you look in paragraph 2 and 3, the issue, and this
What
is.
page are you on, Mr. Garber?
I'm still on page 4, that's up there. All cash match funds must be identified and tracked in a self-balancing set of accounts maintained by applicant. The focus on this is not as much how much they put in, because it's very low and easy to, it's that it be documented, because Craig's big concern is the lack of appropriate documentation. They have to put it in the budget, then they have to track it through financial tracking devices throughout the length of the project. There's something else in here, ma'am, that was put in because of some of your concerns, and it's at the bottom of page 5, where it talks about ineligible projects. Some of that was reworded, and an additional section was in there that says successive projects. The fact that a project received program grant funding does not prohibit the applicant from submitting a proposal for grant funding for a substantially similar project, as long as they're not active at the same time. If we've got a righteous project that happened before, there's nothing wrong with doing it again.
Righteous, that sounds like the 60s.
There's nothing wrong with doing it again, as long as it's not happening at the same time. They're going to need to close out that project to start the same project again. And I beefed up the language under number 1 to make sure that it was clear what's overlapping and what's not. Otherwise, most of the other changes were just cleanups. There's nothing else. I did put an appeal process in that was similar to the one that we used with the competitive program.
I noticed that Mr. Grijalva was here from Neighborhood House. Is he still here or did he leave? He left? I know that he had some comments to make. Sir, are you with Neighborhood House as well?
Yeah, I'm CRLA, but I'm.
CRLA? The board, could I have your thoughts on the 10% and the in-kind?
We discussed, Neighborhood House Executive Committee discussed this last week, and I think this semantic thing cleared up our concern.
That'll have to be fixed.
That
You're right.
we were concerned that we had to get a third party involved for the in-kind.
That's what I thought as well. But
and we've got no gripe with the 10%.
10% and the, okay.
Yeah, and,
so you're
and your
comfortable with
question
this?
clarified it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
If the board is comfortable with it, we can, and the board's willing to take action for us to move forward with this RFP, we'll prepare a contract that's very short, that's consistent with this RFP, that would bind the applicant to the RFP, the proposal. And I think Gustavo can talk to you a little bit about timing.
We have talked about once the RFP is authorized by the board, the publication within the IID website would be the official release of the project. From that point forward, we think a 75-day period for submission would be sufficient, 75-day calendar period. During that time, we will also be providing 2 technical workshops in regard to the program and discussing with individuals and explaining the entire process to them and everything. One occurring at, I believe it is 10 days. We'll get that to you and settle those specifically. And then the second one at the 20-day period. give them a chance to read through the RFP and then come back with the question that they have. After that period, then any questions that they will have, we will post them in question and answer on the website so that everybody has access to those questions and answers. What we don't want to have is people coming to one individual and asking the questions, getting more information that somebody else might have. So any question that they will have past that period, we would ask that it be in writing, sent in via email, and then every single question will be posted on the website so everybody has the same information.
Okay. Mr. Garber, under recommendations, it says review and discuss new 2010 competitive RFP draft. So is this, can we vote on it or we can't?
It's on the
voting.
it's
I don't
on the
want to
action
violate
agenda.
the Brown Act.
I'll make a motion that
It's on the action agenda.
Yeah. I move.
Second.
Let me make a motion to move the local entity 2010 competitive grant program request for proposals moves ahead.
Second
And
your
that you're
motion.
approving this draft RFP that was presented to you today.
Right.
First and a second for discussion.
He's got.
Yeah, I've got a question. On, on the job placements, 4B, that 75%, is that realistic?
The 25%?
Yes, 75%.
I'd ask the rest of the group because they had a lot of input on that.
It's in line with with what the county establishes. What we're hoping is that applicants will collaborate with other applicants. For instance, the business section collaborate with the workforce development so that it generates more guarantee on job creation. If the workforce development just works on its own, yes, that 75% might be a little bit difficult. But we think it is attainable. It is in line with what the county establishes as their acceptance rate, and that's basically what we followed on that.
The RFP at page 2 does provide that if we can't get sufficient proposals based on those percentages, that the board's free to modify them. But we're not wed- I'm not certainly wedded to those percentages if you want to make a suggestion.
And also for clarification, we did send out this RFP to other agencies, and for them to have the chance to read through it and we asked them to be here present today if they had any issues with it, and we have nobody present.
Okay.
Okay, clarification, on the match, okay, where are we at on that?
The way it's written here in the document?
Yeah, the motion, what does that include on the match?
Just as it's written.
The 10% match and with cash being very broadly defined to include what some people might refer to as in kind.
Okay.
So it's the way it's identified here on page 4.
Then I guess I need to ask the board, do you all need more time to review this document? If you're not comfortable with it, we can bring it back on the 24th.
I think everybody's ready for it to move on, aren't you?
I know I am, but if you all need more time, that's fine with me.
I'm ready.
Is there? Okay, call for the question.
Yeah.
Please vote. Please vote.
5-0.
Okay. I'm moving to number 16, internal auditing report on grant to the Imperial Valley College.
Good afternoon. We completed our audit on Imperial Valley College's local entity grant, the funds they received and the funds they spent. Of course, the previous recommendations, that's recommendations 1 through 4 listed in this report, stand. They were in previous reports. They remain the same, and they all focus on lack of one formal contract and no financial reporting format. I will not dwell on those this afternoon, but these will be satisfied with this RFP that you just adopted. And the contract, one formal contract, that will be the next step, and the General Counsel will be putting that together. So we have addressed recommendations 1 through 4 in this RFP. And then our fifth recommendation Eliminate the use of in-kind contributions to meet matching obligations from future local entity mitigation competitive grant programs. Well, I guess you, as a board, just scratch that one. Well, that's fine. We'll go with what you approved.
But it's going to be documented this time.
Oh, yes, and I want it documented before I get there. And not have to help them prepare it. So you scratch it, that's your privilege. We'll move on. The local entity grant that IVC received was $300,000. Of course, they didn't get $300,000 up front. They got $97,000. They have to work off the rest of it. They have to loan out the $300,000. And then at the same time, they were committed to spend a little over $200,000 to run the program, to offer classes, that sort of thing. And that was all in-kind contributions. That was not money that was deposited in the program and then spent as a direct charge. It was money that was kind of allocated through a formula. It was maybe allocated by other IVC programs or the general funded IVC, but it was not in a self-balancing set of accounts that us accountants like to talk about. They'll have to do this right next time. Now, of the $75,000 that they received on their first advance, they made 2 loans. And this, of course, as I should state, the program was, their first phase was 16 and a half months. It started August 15th, 2008. So what happened was they only managed to make 2 loans for a total of $41,000 and change. And that leads us to our next couple recommendations. Their 24-month program comes to an end August 15th, 2010. That's this Sunday. They have not drawn down on any more of the $300,000. Now, they emailed me today and they said they have awarded 10 $25,000 grants for loans within their program for people who have gone through the program, taken the classes, submitted an application, had it approved, but they need more funding. They're not, those people are going to be, who have been awarded are not going to get the money unless this board takes it up. So our 6th recommendation, if responsible personnel determine that local entity funds will not be available to IVC after August 15, 2010, that's this coming Sunday, notify the Board of Directors and end funding. And number 7, if responsible personnel determine that local entity funds should still be available to IVC after August 15, 2010, make a presentation to the district's board regarding an extension of time for their consideration and possible approval. Well, those two, of course, are mutually exclusive. I'm asking those responsible for doing the work, the 2 consultants of the local entity, to take this up and get back with you. That means they have to visit with the people at IVC who run the program, determine are these 10 loans for real.
Why did they wait till almost the end?
I'm not sure. They had a lot of delays, change in personnel. I have never really got a good answer on that one. But what they did loan out was properly reported. It was accounted for. There's no problem there. I have all that information. But they got way behind the curve on this. And they say they have the money. They have 10 loans of $25,000 ready to go. But of course, you're going to have to okay an extension of time. I'm not asking you to do this as I stand here.
I understand, but I don't have a problem extending the time if these 10 loans are going to go out and help folks in the community. I don't have a problem. Gustavo, what's your recommendation?
I was hoping that somebody from IVC would be here to explain this.
Were they notified that we're going to be on the board today?
Yes.
They must not be very interested then.
Well, they have provided information to me, and ongoing information. First of all, the $300,000 that was provided from the IID was it's intended for loans only. There's no overhead costs. There's no cost associated with this $300,000. Secondly, that $300,000 grant was used as funds to go after another grant, which is a HUD grant, which also provide additional services that will come into play with this loan money. They were successful in achieving a $600,000 loan, which provided for business services that would be complementing this loan program. It also, through the Small Business Development Center, also received in-kind services in the form of training and consulting services for the people that were going through this loan program. So that's why it took a little bit longer to get off the ground than this situation. The HUD grant program came in approximately November of the year that the IID grant was provided. And the first loan program, the first training program, the first 2 training programs were done also in that year, and then 10 in the following year. So that's why it consistently went over the projected dates that they had. They have communicated to me also that they do have now 10 additional approved loans that they did go through a loan committee. There are some other situations that took a little bit longer. They also, as part of the grant, were required to establish a relationship with the bank that would house and service those loans. That has been done through Sun Community. So that the servicing of the loan is being done not by IVC, but by Sun Community Bank. And then also the establishment of a loan committee. The decision on those loans not made by IVC directly. There were 7 individuals invited to be on that loan committee. One of which was, let me see if I remember the names, Mary Camacho from ROP, Esperanza Colio from the County of Imperial Economic Development Department, Julia Osuna from the City of Calexico. There's a representative on there from Brawley Chamber of Commerce. From the city of El Centro, Deborah Harold. From Rabobank, they had Libby Peraza. And I forgot the other members that they had. But they had to go through a series of creating those different committees. They also created a committee on the guidelines to establish the guidelines on which the program would run. So it did push the dates back a little bit. But from what we were told, both Craig and I, that those 10 additional loans were already given out. It is not that they just rushed through and got these loans. Those loans have been in the works since January of this year.
Okay, so it's just the process taking.
Yes.
So it's your recommendation to extend?
Can I make a couple comments on it? First of all, if you don't extend, they're going to have to give the money back. But if we do extend, my recommendation is that we extend and somehow tie it to this new RFP, because the old RFP doesn't have all the protections this new RFP has. Make them provide the milestones in the budget that are in the new RFP, commit them to
Can legally do that?
Well, the old program is 3 years. When it's over, it's over. We can extend it on any terms we want. If they don't like it, they can bid again. If they bid again, they're going to be on the new RFP anyhow. But let's get them off the old RFP. Let's make them provide the budget, give us the milestones, and do the reporting, and use the disbursements under this method. Also, if you do extend, they're not going to be able to submit a proposal under the new RFP for the same thing because they're already doing it. So one way or the other, you're going to get them on the new RFP.
And they have only spent 42 and change of the money that was provided to them. The rest of the money, the 200,000 has not been dispersed to them, or 200 and change has not been dispersed to them. So any action taken by this board would just freeze up the money that was set aside for them. On a personal note, I think the job that they have done, and I'm a little bit biased because the SBDC was involved with the process of providing training to these individuals before they got the loan, before they applied for the loan. I think the job that they did, or the assistance that they're doing, the creation of jobs that's being produced through those jobs and everything, there were. I was not part of the selection process, not in any way related to that. It was all done by that loan committee. From what I've heard, the job creation is there, the job retention is there. It is, I believe, far and above what was projected in their proposal.
What are the businesses that were awarded, they're going to be awarded these loans?
The first 2 that were awarded, one was Felix Mesa and Sol del Valle. He was able to purchase additional equipment and also obtain an additional $50,000 loan from the state of Calexico using those funds. The second one that was awarded was Postal Outpost here in the city of El Centro. In that program, the individual that started the business had been working, I believe it was close to 35 years at Mervyn's. All of a sudden was out of a job, was unable to get a job because of her age anywhere else, and decided to start a business. And that business now running. It's not only a shipping and receiving company, but it's you can also, I believe, within the next couple of months, they will also be doing DMV transactions. There's a copier. It grew quite more than what was projected. Okay. The 10 that have been approved, Kotori restaurant which will start a restaurant on State and 5th Street, on the corner of State and 5th Street. Used to be a pizza place there. It's right next to the bus station.
The bus
right.
station, yeah.
So we feel that that's, it's bringing new life to that area. There's another restaurant that will be starting, Don Pedro's in the city of Calexico. They had to move from their previous, from where they were previously at because they weren't doing that well. They are now next to Walmart. The other business, that's two, Fiesta Mexicana, which has tortilla, and they have 24 people that will be benefited by retaining their jobs because of that. They will be buying scanners that will lower their overall cost. They were paying 2 hours of overtime to their employees because when they went out and did the orders at the businesses for the tortillas, they were not able to transmit directly back to the business. They had to wait at the end of the day. So what they're buying with their money are scanners that will immediately send the information to their business and cut down the time.
Did they commit to you to keep the employees for at least a year or something?
Yes, that is within the proposal of the duration. I believe it is 8 months that they must maintain them, either job creation or job retention for a period of at least 8 months. And they have, on the ones in job creation, they do have a timeline as to when those jobs will be created once the business is created. I'm drawing blank on the other ones. Let me go city by city. Brawley has that one. The other one is also Brawley Auto Wash, car wash that's on the corner where the garden is in front of City Hall. His funds are going to be for expansion of his business there in Brawley. Since then, he has also, in the process of purchasing land over in the new port of entry, they will start a new business over there. In City of Calexico, it is Saladville also, over in downtown Calexico on 2nd Street. They have already started a tourist bus depot where the old Western Automotive building used to be. Mm-hmm. And they will have a cafeteria type of business there.
None of it was for debt service, right?
No.
It's for new equipment or retention?
Right.
That's fine, right. Gustavo. I just wanted to have an idea what they were going for. They're all very legitimate businesses.
Gustavo.
Yes.
If they only had $200,000, why did they go for $250,000? Why didn't they go 8 at 25 or 10 at 20?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You said that there was only $200,000 remaining, and they went ahead and made a deal for 10 at 25, which is $250,000, which takes them past this August the 15th. Couldn't they have gotten
of the $97,500 advance that they took at the beginning of the program? They loaned out $41,093. That leaves $56,400 and change on hand, and then they're going to want to draw down on what's left of the 202.
So in other words, the 25,000 at 10 is covered. They have even though they haven't got the other 200 grand, the money's available. So why do we have to do an extension if the money's there?
Well, because the program is going to end August 15th.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, haven't they made the commitments and everything, and the money's
there? They haven't asked for it. They have not asked us for the money.
Why haven't they asked for the money?
They have to. They don't contact me to ask for the money. They contact Gustavo.
They're putting their paperwork together as we speak right now. The loan committee met last Wednesday, I believe.
When were they aware of the fact that the time was running out on them? So
From the very beginning.
From the very beginning.
Right. Each
So
one-
on these 10 at 25, how far back did they start working on getting this going for these 10 people you just talked about?
Some have been in the works since, I would say maybe about August of last year. As they went through the training process,
Yeah,
the
that's
majority.
it for me. Whatever you guys want to do is fine with me.
Okay.
So they need
The
an
other thing
extension,
also
give
is
them an
that
extension,
the
whatever.
IID loan allows them a maximum 25,000.
I have a problem. It looks like the money is going out into the
Right.
community. It's getting properly used for the 1/3 that it's supposed to, and as long as it's doing some good, that's all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
As long as something positive comes out of it.
All right.
Do we
Is there a
need-
motion?
Yeah, no, we already made a motion, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
We
okay,
need a motion to accept internal audits, audit of IVC and to extend their program, is that?
No, we're on
we're not
15.
asking you to extend the program.
Local entity.
To extend the dateline,
No,
because
we're just asking, that's a
Just a
report.
report? Just to
We
accept the
anticipate-
report?
We anticipate that that's going to be coming back.
Okay, then I move to accept the internal auditor's report on IVC.
Second.
There's a first and a second, please vote.
Okay.
Moving.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Greg, I got one other question. I mean, this
Yes.
deal like the IVC's 300,000, it looks like it's doing good with the money once we get it out there in the community. You've done the auditing, everything looks like everything's square. So does it look to you like with the competitive side of the money from the local entity that's being used is doing good and how it's being used?
I requested documentation of all loans made from IVC. They provided me adequate documentation on the loans, as the servicing of the loans. It all is well accounted for. There's these businesses, they showed me what they bought. I have all the documentation on the equipment. The loans are for equipment or structural improvements. Everything is according to the package that they submitted to the local entity, which you approved.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And Gustavo and Glenn, thank you. I know it's been a long haul, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item number 17, discussion on public conduct during board meetings. I believe Dr. Menville brought this.
Yeah, let me turn the page here. I know we already have a board procedure and the policy manual on this, and it's here in the packet on page 154. And I don't know, all I really want to do is say that just it needs to be enforced if it's necessary to enforce it. And Vance, I think you have some comments to make on this.
Yes, thank you, Director Renenfeld. Mr. Garber asked me to take a look at what the limits are in terms of the board's ability to restrict speech at a limited public forum such as here at the boardroom. The first place I looked was Government Code Section 957.9. I won't read that word for word, but essentially what that code section says is that a member of the public can be removed for causing a willful disruption of a meeting. And if order cannot be restored, the boardroom could be cleared except for members of the press who weren't participating in the disruption. I realize that doesn't really clarify things a whole lot. Willful disruption, I think, is the key term. But what does that really mean? There is some case law on it, and I did look at that. The name of the case that I looked at was White versus City of Norwalk. And in that case, it was a city council, and the city had an ordinance that prevented members of the public from coming up and making personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks to the extent that those types of remarks would disrupt or disturb or impede the meeting. And the court found that disruptive conduct can be restricted, as council meetings, like IID meetings, are limited public forums. It's not as if the pulpit is out on the street where you can say anything you want at any time to anybody who's willing to listen. The government has an interest in maintaining order at its meetings and achieving the business of government in an organized and efficient manner. And I think that's the interest that the court is trying to protect in holding that there can be certain restrictions on public speech in a limited public forum. So I think overall, a willful disruption can mean things like personal comments of a personal nature directed at staff. It could mean impertinent or irrelevant dialogue. It could be slanderous or profane remarks. But the important thing is that it has to a certain degree, disrupt the meeting. And I think that's really the key element, and that appears again in the government code section that I spoke about earlier.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is I know, well, the public comments, that's fine. A guy speaks 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. I don't have a problem with that. We've had instances in the past where there's been some disruption. If an action item comes up, somebody comes up and talks, and they come up and talk again. And I know the board president's supposed to try to keep people on line, and sometimes that's difficult to do. And I'm not interested in doing like Mr. Ramos says, we're down at the supervisors, they got a cop with guns. We don't need that around here. And so I just thought it was important that we bring this forward. We have this procedure on the books, and at least let people know that it's here.
I agree.
So thank you. Is this a vote or is this just information?
No, I think it's just
information.
It's here, right?
It's already there. Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to take additional action, but we're not requesting it.
Well, Tony has a comment.
You know, I've been coming here since probably the last 10, 12 years. And I can say that I've been disruptive because at one time, Mr. Kuhn told me to sit down. If I didn't sit down, he would take me out. But it was because he didn't like what I was saying. Now, if that's disruption, then somebody would have taken me out, a policeman or something. But I wasn't. And I told him, you know, the only reason you want me to keep quiet because I'm not voting for you. And he lost. He didn't lose because of me, he lost because of the people. So what this gentleman just said, you guys have to take it like in a gray area there. Because I've seen a gentleman in El Cajon where the city council there wrote him a letter that you better not say this or that. They ended up apologizing to him for what they said, for the letter they wrote to him.
I think for me as president this year, I think it's important to listen to the concern, but you can tell when someone is just trying to agitate more than have a meaningful discussion on the subject matter. So I guess that's what.
But Anthony, the thing is, the atmosphere and the way things are here in other city council meetings is completely different than what it is at the board. You should have looked at the face of Wally Langler this morning. If it looks could kill, I'd be dead. And I'm saying that now. Is that slanderous? It's not slanderous. It's being videotaped. It's going to be shown on TV.
Right. And I think we're only looking for is agitation more than concern.
But then again, it comes from the board members, Anthony. It could come from you. You know, I was there talking 2 weeks ago and explained that my mother-in-law had just passed away. And I remember, Stella, that letter that I first wrote, she prayed on it. And I was just telling the board, thanks to her, she prayed on it. My wife told me, did you do your homework? Did you say this? No, I'm just going to talk. I said, no, go do your homework and know what you write. But thanks to them, I said, I was able to continue to speak and write letters, hopefully have a good nature. And then all of a sudden, Jack says, your 3 minutes are up. That's it. Now, what kind of thing is that? There was nobody else waiting for us. That happened on the 27th, I think, 2 weeks ago this Tuesday. And if I might just take another minute, and this is what happened. Me and my wife went to Ed La Fonda, because she wasn't in any case to be cooking or doing anything. And who shows up there? Terrazas, Limegruber, and Cordova. We were sitting here, they were sitting over here. And then my wife said, Tony, how come they're not saying hi to you? I said, Mija, keep quiet, don't say nothing. She was under, stress already. Her mother had died. And Ross stood right behind her and walked away like nothing happened. There's no law that says that they have to say hi or bye. But they were being kind of...
Well, I think this is probably one of those points where we're kind of getting a little...
No, I know, but my point is this. My point is this.
District business.
If I may finish, my point is this. If I go back next Tuesday, don't I feel the resentment they have for me because of what they did or didn't do? That's what I'm trying to say. It goes beyond that too. They're elected officials. I'm not. Two are elected officials, and one of them is a CEO. If they hold a grudge towards me, how am I going to be able to do my work if they feel a certain way toward me? That's what my point is, Anthony. That's all. It's not getting away from it. It's that their job also is they shouldn't act towards people like myself with a grudge or resentment. because then at that time they passed it on to my wife. And be that as it may, I'm trying to say, you guys be careful too. It's good that Jean-Pierre brought that up, because I've talked to Jean-Pierre about people coming up here talking and being spiteful. It's good, but watch it.
And I think that's the reasons, is spiteful, agitation, and things like that, and not necessarily concerns or issues and meaningful discussions about IID.
Yeah,
business.
and if I lost anybody in my conversation, I apologize, but I'm telling you something that I felt personal, and it was coming from, say, people on the other side of the board. They were being that way towards me, and they've denied me stuff and this, but you know what? I'll be there next Tuesday again.
It's your right to be there.
Yeah, and one thing, JP, if I may share with you, I can't quote exactly what this great scholar said. He says, but your mission in life is not over until you're dead. As long as you keep living, you keep doing what you feel is right, your mission's not over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Hanks has a question for Tony or comment?
Well, both.
Tony, are you leaving? I think Director Hanks has a question for you.
Tony?
I think Director Hanks has a comment.
I have a comment directed at you, okay? All right. I think it would be wise for everybody on this board to listen very close to what Mr. Ramos just said. At the risk of being told I'm not a lawyer and so forth, I do have a lot of experience in this. My advice to everybody, including the lawyers, do not make a decision, do not advise this board till you read Baca versus Moreno Valley. Read that and then come back and tell us how we should handle this. Because we have been given advice that I would caution you of, and I'll just leave it there. There's things that are said I don't like, there's manners I don't like, but you better know what the law is to keep you out of trouble before you move forward. Thank you.
And you know, Mr. Hanks, the First Amendment to the Constitution, which I proudly always keep in my heart, and the Brown Act and itself, both combined together, gives the people a lot of leeway as to what they can and can't say. And the instrument they created, which is you guys, to vote for us and decide for us, we still have our sovereignty. We keep our sovereignty over what we want. You guys cannot control what we say. But at the same time, a wise man can always say, talk wisely and always speak, you know, with authority and knowledge. Because if you don't, then they're going to say, well, Tony just came in. Yeah, he has a right to come here and speak, but he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
You still have that right.
Yes, sir. And thank you, Mr. Hanks. You know, thank you very much for bringing that up. Be cautious and not just accept what your staff says, as I do at the Board of Supervisors. Thanks again.
Director Mendoza
I'd like to make a comment.
wants to limit your speech.
What I consider to be the responsibility of this board is to deal with the business regarding the IID. And the public has a right to speak, especially during the public comment period. They have a right to speak. And you can come, you or anyone can come and speak, criticize me if you want. It's part of my job. If the hunters have criticized me before, you know, so be it. And you have the right to do that. What I don't like is when we have members of the public that are disruptive in that they interrupt our staff when they're making their presentation. They walk around in front of people and they're just disruptive and they're rude to the audience. That's what I think I cannot tolerate.
That's willful disturbance.
But the fact that you can come to the podium and say what you want to say, that's your right. And this board will never take that right away from you, whether we like what you're saying or not.
Yeah.
To me, but don't come here and start disrupting people and come here with knives that you get from the lounge room and stuff like that. That I will not tolerate.
I think basically the board is saying that it is what it is. We're not going to tolerate gossip. And I'd hope that the board would help me in that, because sometimes the gossip is pretty good, but we're not going to tolerate gossip. And I think that's what's the agitation portion. And we know people sometimes, well, the other thing is physical violence, getting out of line.
Director Sanchez, define gossip. What are you talking about?
Gossip is he said, she said, without any merit, without any truth.
Mr. Sanchez, I'll end with this. If you think that in the national news people can get away with slanderous remarks, Look at Rush Limbaugh, Hannity, O'Reilly, how they slander our president, how they tell him that because he's black, he's taken advantage, because he's black, he should go back to Africa. If that's slanderous, then they should have taken him out of the public scene a long time, and they're still there.
Well,
that's what I say. And I've seen, I've heard.
They're commentators.
No, but still, though, it's in the same list of free press, free speech. It's still in the same thing. First Amendment rights and the Brown Act. But all I'm trying to tell you is that be careful. Like I say, if those guys can do it to the president, short of telling him they're going to kill him, they've said that sometimes, short of that, and they get away with it, then little bit over me and whoever comes here should be able to speak freely and without any reservation or fear that we're going to get retaliated upon, like I feel I'm being retaliated upon the Board of Supervisors. That's all I'm saying.
That would never happen here, Tony.
Yeah. And you know, the other thing, I've helped people, and I'm going to say who, and I've never asked for a penny, never asked nothing. Everything I do is for the people. Social justice and social reform, I've never put nothing in my hip pocket, nothing. And God knows that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
I'd like to make one comment. There are some procedures that would be classified as willful disturbance, like Director Mendoza mentioned. And there's also time limits and some things that we can have in place that help us along doing the people's business.
I
And
believe
we need to look at those.
Our government says that like 20 minutes is the max anyone from the audience can
Yeah,
speak
that's-
on an object, on
Those
a
are
topic.
fine. But we even have some things in looking at our policy, and I helped bring this policy forward. There's some things in there that wouldn't stand a legal test.
Yeah.
I just want one other comment. I think what Stella made the comment about, people come here to these meetings because the IID has to conduct business. And I've sat out in that audience, and you sit out there and you wait for your item to come up. Somebody gets a little bit disruptive or keeps going to the podium or whatever. And it's just a very inconvenience to the people who are waiting to get to the IID business. And that's the main reason I brought this up. I don't mind a guy coming up and saying bad things about me. That's his business. But to inconvenience the public that comes here to try to get to the items that they came here for to hear what's going on, then that's a different ballgame. And that's when the guy needs to be shut down. That's the only reason I brought it up.
All right. Thank you, Director Manville. Moving on to the next item, item 18, Board consideration of amendments to governance manual.
Mr. Hanks, item?
Yeah. I brought this forward in light of numerous issues and comments that's been made. Some by the grand jury report, and some just things happening in our state and our country. On the first one, I'd like for the board to consider is spending caps. We have spending caps for MWAs, but we don't have spending caps for salary. And I would ask that the board consider a policy whereby a salary, put limits on the general manager so that he could not cause a salary and related benefits to exceed his base salary without coming to the board. I think it's very important that the GM position be the highest compensated salary.
Well, would it be, is this time for discussion, or do you want to wait for the issues to be brought for discussion?
Let me just go through it. I'll just bring that one out, and I would suggest that maybe a couple of us meet with with legal and come up with something along that line that would be acceptable, just from the terms of putting in some safeguards. Okay, I'd also ask on the energy, let me move to the energy balance sheet and I'll come back up. On the energy balancing sheet, we brought that up before, and it was whenever there was new managers coming on board. I think it was difficult to get it in place, and there was to be another report that was to take its place, but in checking with other utilities, everywhere I seem to check has the energy balancing sheet. That is a tool, an instrument whereby we can measure some of our safeguards as far as what we're producing, what we're selling, what's being utilized, and system losses. I'd like to see that come back and made into a form of a policy. The modified Sarbanes-Oxley just kind of got lost in the shuffle somewhere. I'd like to see that either resurface or move towards some type of standard industry accounting so that we have these accounting principles in place. I think there's been a big movement to straighten out, and I think there's been good progress. But after 4 years, my patience are kind of thin. I'd like to see that move forward. Then, on item 2 and 3, I have seen project management, and I've prepared a little statement here. The board's direction intent, as we established in our governance policy, was for an independent project management review team to provide oversight, enhance cost effectiveness, and improve timeliness. And I've seen that move to where it is no longer a third-party entity. It has systematically been pushed down in the organization and without legitimate authority to provide oversight and exercise its reporting responsibility directly to the GM and the board if necessary. And looking at data that's been given to us, and there'll be some brought up today, I think we're losing ground. We're going backwards, and I would be so bold as to make a motion that we move project managed where it is third-party independent, and I'm proposing that we set it up something like internal audits until we get a handle on all of our projects, get the organization mature, and then look at moving it back into the different departments. I just don't see that we're there yet. And that would be my motion on that one particular one.
Is that a motion? Are you making a motion on number
2?
Two?
Yeah, I'm putting 2 and 3 together.
You're putting 2 and 3.
Oversight, yeah.
Number 3.
It's pretty much put together in our MWA process, our new policy. I'm asking number 1 and 4 and 5 to come back to legal and assist in writing up a policy to bring before the board. I'm asking for action on number 2 to get oversight on some of these projects. I would have liked for our projects to have gone first, but
On Director Hanks, on number 1, on spending caps, are you asking our legal to come back with a policy saying no more than what or are you willing to listen to other ideas such as?
I'm willing to listen to other ideas, but I just don't see where there should be a position out there that exceeds the general manager's position.
My idea is if we have the energy manager between 200 and 240, I think whoever he hires needs to come in between 200 and 240, whether he be a consultant or an energy manager. If he wants to pay him more, he needs to come back to the board.
Well, I'm just asking that it be reduced into writing so we know where we're at, and when we establish a salary for our general manager, we're basically stating that's a maximum in our organization without it coming back to us for consideration. There may be circumstances. We had some circumstances in the past, but I think it needs to be discussed. It needs to be transparent. It needs to be open, and there's been a lot of progress made, but it's still very difficult in light of the bail situation that's going on and so forth. We need to have some type of an understanding what that.
Well, yeah, because I mean, my question would be, well, what's to stop the general manager from hiring $300,000 managers instead of, you know, maybe if it's not the board's will to spend more than $250,000 on either an energy manager or a water manager.
He could recommend it to the board.
But I mean,
we could approve
but as
it,
long,
but it has oversight.
Anything above what the pay is.
What I
grade level.
recommended to look at as a cap, a max, would be
whether it be
the general manager would be authorized to set the salary anywhere he wanted, as long as it did not exceed the salary and the related benefits did not exceed the base salary of the general manager. If it does, then it needs to come back to the board for approval.
well, so basically you're upping salaries on everybody without.
No,
well,
I'm
because
not.
if the average pay is 200,000, and you're saying he could come up to 275 like him, 265.
Where he's getting to is Mr. Jan over here. Let's just put it on the table.
I'm not getting at anybody.
No, well, I'm smart enough to know what's going on.
No,
Mr. Jan over here
you
is
have
making
a,
$315.
as Mr. Rummel says, you have a right to your opinion. You have a right, even if it's misinformation, you have a right to be misinformed. Okay, so this does not have anything to do with Mr. Jan. I asked for an audit so that we would have all these salaries. You blocked it. Okay, you blocked it. It did not come forward, and the auditors told me they had no evidence of a salary over 200,000 in the report that was given. I don't know how much he's making. So it's not aimed at him, but it is aimed that the general manager should be the highest paid member of this organization. I feel very strongly of that. If it's a full-time, permanent position.
I don't have, as a director, I have no problem with looking at all 5 of these that Director Hanks has brought up today.
Well, your board president does, because he never even checked to see if there was a second.
I think he's having a discussion.
He's violating the procedure.
No, he's not.
I made a motion.
I didn't hear your motion. Nobody heard your motion.
Well, because he didn't
Mike was asking, was that a motion? And so nobody understood whether it was a motion or not.
I second the motion on number 2 and number 3.
All right, thank you.
That's
Now
the
open it
second
up for
motion.
discussion.
That's a motion that I second.
Okay,
Now we
then
can discuss it.
I would like to have discussion on
Yeah.
that motion
Two
for
in
item
which-
2 and item 3.
What was the motion? Excuse me, Mr. President, what was the motion? Because I lost track.
The motion is the independent project management office to basically to hire an independent project manager.
No, Anthony, that's not the motion.
Well, then
Director
maybe
Hanks, repeat
Well,
your
then it's a
motion,
good thing we
please.
didn't vote on it.
I make a motion to set independent project management up as third-party independent with the direct reporting to the board similar to the internal auditor.
It's going to be working for internal audit?
No, working for the board.
So how does internal audit fit in? You mean the same as internal audit?
I said similar to that.
Similar to internal audit.
Yeah.
So
and all I'm wanting this to be done so that we can get a handle. We have put policies through. We have talked about different projects. We continue to have overruns, and we need to get a handle on it. And we need to know what's going on as far as the movement of money and so forth. We're not being informed about it because the position has been moved down in the organization, and the person has no authority to do anything about anything.
Can we
So-
have board comments?
Yeah, but I think you're going to have to say your motion one more time, Director Hanks. Or maybe have
I'm asking for-
ask Gloria to repeat the motion that way.
I'm asking for independent project management.
Oh, I do.
That reports directly to the board.
And would the board be going through interview process?
We're not
Or
talking up. We already have a project
Oh,
manager.
you want to keep the current, okay.
Whenever it comes before the board does the hiring. Simple as that. You know,
Wait a minute, now, I have a problem with the board hiring staff. The only people the board is responsible is the internal auditor, counsel, and the general manager.
And who-
I don't have a problem with independent
Who
project
hired-
management office.
who hired them?
Pardon me?
Who hired those that you mentioned?
What,
Who hired those individuals that you just mentioned?
the board did.
Okay.
But however, independent project management office, I like the idea that they report directly to the board. I am not in favor of the board getting involved in hiring of the personnel.
Well, Director Mendoza, when we set that, when we restored project management, okay, it was understood that he would report to the general manager with a direct reporting available to us. That doesn't exist. That's our policy. That's the way we had it. That's the way we kept talking about in the organizational charts, how it should be. That's what we pass in this governance structure. But it's not enforced. And it's being weakened and just gradually eroded. And if they're not gonna follow this policy, we have the responsibility to provide the resources to implement this policy. If it's not gonna be followed, then it needs to move up a notch and tighten it up. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
So,
I think,
wait a minute, I
Dr.
Wanna say something?
Brady wanted to say something.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the project management office reports to the general manager. And there is no explicit reporting relationship to the board. You can look it up and we'll review it, but I disagree with Mr. Hanks on this. Now, one or more of the board members may have wished that the PMO become essentially a super internal auditor, because that's what it would be, and that the board would now, how many people in PMO? 20, so you're going to have 20 more employees.
I don't,
But, and let me just finish that I'm a little baffled by the assertion that things are out of control. We have more meetings with, that is, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Broking, whether it be myself, Mr. Garber, with Mr. Hanks on financial issues. We seem to be answering the questions he has, and I strongly disagree with the motion on the table.
Now I have a problem with that, Mr. Brady, because what I voted for was for a dotted line to the board, and you just made the comment that there is not even a dotted line to the board. Is that still your feeling?
I was subject to review of the governance manual. The PMO reports to the general manager or the general manager's designated individual, which happens to be Mr. Campbell. I don't think there's any lack of transparency in terms of developing information to the board. And if there is, we can fix it.
no one was created, and we've been over this. I remember when the first reorg coming in and cleaning up some lines, but it wasn't that the PMO was going to be an internal audits. We were trying to be proactive, know what's working, and it was a direct report to the general manager, but it was a functional reporting to the board. Well, that line's been erased, and we're getting updates. All of a sudden, they stopped, and next thing you know, by the time the board finds out about these things, to be more proactive, it's too late. And then we do is just try to correct procedure for the next project, but then it's been going on. I mean, we're trying to get healthiness. I think everybody's trying to make every section in a department healthy. And we're having a hard time getting there for some reason. So until that culture changes, we need to have the independent oversight. So I'm very supportive of it.
Is there any more discussion?
I got a couple of questions. I know, Mr. Jan, that you made the statement here today that the PMO and oversight and et cetera is working. And I know that we've been cleaning things up moving forward, whether you're working with Matrix or whatever you guys are doing down there. And I know that things are getting better. And what are your comments on this?
Well, I think they are definitely working very well. We've been working closely with Angel. I mean, we believe that the PMO staff is dedicated to doing a great job. And we accept the fact that they provide an oversight responsibility. Now, PMO is it's a misnomer to call them a project management office because they're really a project oversight office. One of the lessons we learned from looking at what happened in Jackson Shields is that nobody was a project manager. That the staff in energy did not take responsibility. We had 4 or 5 different people who could have been called the project manager, and we had somebody who was called the project manager in PMO. And between the 5 or 6 of them, no one took responsibility, and that's why that project, those 2 projects, spun out of control, and why many other projects have spun out of control.
And that was before independent project management.
Well, that was before we made any changes as of about 6 months ago, frankly. That's the way the whole place run. And you couldn't single out one of the problems we had, we couldn't single out one group and say, hey, it's engineering's fault, they should have done it, because everybody was involved in that. We have to come to recognize that PMO is an ally and an asset, and they have to work as a team with us. And I think we have worked a team. A good example is the KNKS line. There's a $14 million project that we ended up doing for $11 million. The people from PMO were absolutely hard working on this with us. We had people out there every day. There was a great communications. That's the way that PMO has engaged with us, and we've engaged with them. Those are lessons we learned from looking at what happened in Jackson and Shields. So if you want to have projects built on schedule and in budget and built properly, it has to be integrated with the way with staff. It can't be a separate independent agency, because the minute you separate those agencies, all of a sudden now you set up a we-them mentality, and it doesn't work well. I mean, for some things like financial accounting, the auditor's office is perfect, but for things like project management, no. You got to have that working side by side with us. Now, I do agree, however, they do have an oversight role. And we have the same, it's not unusual in our operation. We have the same relationship in regulatory oversight. We have a regulatory affairs officer that's funded out of energy, but is again, reporting to the general manager. And that person has clear avenue to the general manager to complain if we're not, I want to talk about reliability, if we're not doing the right thing in reliability. And I think the same thing occurs with the PMO. They have a clear responsibility to issue a report to the general manager, and I think this business about a dotted line, the general manager will give you that report at the same time he gets it, and that is to let you know what's going on with the projects. That's the way I think it works best. I think if you let us solve the problem, we are solving it. Would you agree, Angel?
Well, let me ask you this, since they brought you into it. On the Nyland project, there was an outside project manager hired. We've been told the project came in at $10 million under budget. We were just told just recently that there's $5 million being retained because there's some issues with the chiller and some compressors. My question is, where is that project manager, and why hasn't that been reported to us?
Well, if this, and I can't specify.
Answer this first. Where is that project manager?
They're an outside project manager. They're gone.
Yeah,
but there was oversight.
But the project's not closed. Well, and project management oversight is gone.
Yeah, but that $5 million that we're withholding assumes that that's being spent. We're going to have to pay that out.
Who's going to close that project?
PMO, and we'll close that project
but
out.
We paid somebody else already, and they packed up and they left, went back to Florida.
They did nothing wrong.
From.
They did a good job.
Don't interrupt me. Plus now we're getting ready to consider Unit 3, and we're looking at the same type of project management. Yeah, even if we bring in outside project management, they should be answering and reporting to our project manager so we know what's going on.
No. Well, you can do it if you want.
If you know that much about it, go ahead and do it, but I can tell you it will not work well that way.
Yeah,
That person reports to Energy, but we work closely with PMO in managing that project. The independence of an outside project manager allows us to be able to build that project on schedule and on time, but what you're suggesting will not work. Now, you know, you're the board, you can do what you want. I'm just giving you my best advice.
Well, I'm just saying that it's prevented from coming to us, that we know what's going on. And now there's a letter going out, nobody can talk to us. So if you're going to keep people from talking to us so that we can keep an eye and monitor this organization, then give us some way to report. And Mr. Ross, you can keep smiling too.
I'm not done yet.
Go ahead.
Angel, would you come to the podium, please? You're in charge of PMO, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I have met with you, but the rest of the board here tried to tell me a week or two ago that they have not met with you.
No, I didn't
met
say
with
that.
him.
I've met with
Okay,
him.
so you've met with all of the board members?
Not everybody, Dr. Hanks.
Who
We
have you not met with?
Director Hanks.
And what is the reason why you haven't met with Director Hanks yet?
We tried, our administrative assistant tried several times to set up a meeting to go over the quarterly report, and we were unable to.
And what was the direction given to you in a memo about speaking with board of directors? I didn't want to put you in a tight spot. That's why I didn't show up.
This was review of quarter one report. This was actually before the memo came out. The review of quarter two PMO report, our administrative assistant has been instructed to contact the general manager's office to set up the meetings to review the report with you. I have seen no problem with that.
Yeah, well, I met with you, and I think I spent a couple hours with you.
Mm-hmm.
You went over what you were doing and how things were going, and I was left with the impression that things are moving along very well, and that you seemed to be bringing things together, and that everything was moving forward.
We're working to provide information from the projects, the major work authorization projects that we have in the system at different levels. You've seen that with the quarterly report, and we're actually going to produce that monthly. I've changed that so that the information that you've seen in the last quarterly report is going to be coming out monthly. So we've changed the format of the information from those spreadsheet views that only showed you, it was very difficult to read and showed you what was happening now, to more of a graphical view where you could see what was happening with the project in the past, what's happening now, and what our expected expenditures are going to be for the future. You couldn't see that type of information with what the format that was being given to you before. So we're trying to give you that visibility on what's going on with the projects. For the management team, we're putting in some systems in place that are going to give you up-to-date information. Every night this information is going to be up and available. It's going to be on a website. We're actually going to have a demo of it tomorrow for some internal staff, and that's going to be available for folks to take a look at, and it's going to be available for every project in project systems that's out there. We're trying to increase the availability of information, increase the transparency of information so that the management team can make decisions on what they need to do. So if we have that up-to-the-date view of financial information for projects, we'll be able to see what's going on with some of these projects that are going off kilter and be able to react to them as soon as we can.
And you feel that in your work that you're going to have a handle on what's going on and be able to stay on top of the costs and everything?
We're putting in processes and tools and procedures in place to go ahead and do that. And I just, in talking to Mike, I just need the time to go ahead and do it. I just need a little bit more time, and you will start seeing some of that information. And if you need more, just let me know what you need, and we'll be happy to work toward getting that information. That's no problem. That's my job, is to provide that information, that transparency for projects that are out there. That's no problem.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Marcial?
Sure.
You have a report that was on the board, in front of the board last week, and I asked to table it because I had some questions about it. And now might be a good time as any. because it all relates here. I saw I believe it was 3 projects, ongoing MWAs that have never been approved by the board for a total of about $650,000 worth of expenditures. My question is, how are those expenditures made when there hasn't been an MWA to attach to? But more importantly, how is there oversight of it if there's not a project? It hasn't been approved.
And we brought that information to light at our first quarterly report after I got into that position. Before that, you didn't know about those. But at that first quarterly report, we put in that information and we informed you which ones were utility agreements, which ones were MWAs. So we were sharing that information and letting you know these are MWAs and these are projects out there that are not MWAs or some kind of utility agreement, and they're being processed. So we're giving you the information up front.
There's also a project that's been closed, as far as I can understand, the Shields, with a overrun of $202,000. I don't know how that was covered or transferred, but you put a note here and give you credit for this. Overage does not include $131,000 in outstanding invoices, plus $6,000 something else in outside service overhead. Where is that money going to come from? When is that going to come to us? When are the managers going to bring that to us and say, we have an overrun to this project, we need to transfer money to cover it?
We have, probably around 6 weeks to 8 weeks ago, we went and started looking through all these old projects to bring that information forward. We came up with a list of projects that looked like they were over, where there wasn't any authorization to do that, where they went over the major work authorization. We've been working with audit and finance to verify that that's indeed the case, that that information is at, and that's where this list came from. So we've been working along with finance and audit to make sure that the data we present to you is correct.
May I ask, what is that $131,000?
That's an outstanding invoice to Griffin Construction.
Good. Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Marcial, when I met with you, and you went over I don't think this is the same sheet we went over, but you told me that there were overruns and outstanding bills that had not been paid yet.
That's
and
correct.
You said that they were going to be coming forward, and they would eventually be brought to the board so that they could be corrected.
Yes.
And so, you left me with the impression that everything is moving forward, you're cleaning things up, bringing things together, and these things will get to the board, and then we will be on top of this thing.
Yes.
As Mr. Ajayan says, and we keep going. We're
And
getting a handle on what the problems we've had in the past, whether it goes back to 05, 06, 07, 08, or 09, but we're cleaning things up, we're moving things forward, and we're getting a handle on what's going on.
Yes. And in that particular case, the agreement among the management team was that finance was going to take the lead and bring this forward to the board for approval. We're going to have a list of all the projects that went over the authorization, indicate which ones needed 2010 monies and which ones were done, over with, closed, or not closed, but there's no outstanding invoices. There's really no outstanding activity, but for whatever reason, the project team went over the authorization, and we're going to bring those and inform you that these projects went over, but they're finished. There's really no new money that's going to be spent on those.
Yeah, question.
Oh, I don't remember ever being told that a project was projected to be over. Matter of fact, since I've been on the board, I haven't heard it ever come forward.
When I met with him, he told me we had overruns. We're cleaning everything up. And there were unpaid bills, and they were bringing them forward. He's got this process that's in works, is working, and all of a sudden you want to change it.
No, I want
Give the guy a chance. Give the guy a chance to do his work and bring things forward, and we'll get everything cleaned up.
Well, how come we haven't been told that there's projects out there that haven't come to us, and 650,000, that's
Well, he
not
told
exactly
me when
cheap.
I met with him.
Well, it should come before this board, and we should be told about it.
I mean, he tried to meet with you, you didn't want to meet with him.
No, it wasn't that. I didn't want to meet with him. He knows, I know this gentleman.
One of the things that.
Have nothing against the gentleman, we get along just fine.
I-
I'm just saying,
I think
this
I
is
have
a
to take
place,
some
this is a public forum, and this is where it needs to come. And we need to be able to take.
Give him a chance and he'll get it to us.
One of the items that we're doing with the quarterly report, and again, I reiterate, we're going to do this with the monthly report. We wanted to bring those issues up. They were buried in those spreadsheets that we were getting before. And we added that manager's watch list. We wanted to give the management team the first opportunity to clean these things up. But that information flows to you. That information was part of the quarterly report. And that manager's watch list highlights those projects that have issues. And it's a short, very upfront list of things that need to be done that the managers need to take care of. If management doesn't take care of it, you're going to be seeing it month after month after month, and then you can go ahead and ask questions regarding why there's a lack of progress.
If I may, please, I think I need to take some responsibility for, the lack of the report that you're identifying that, with our previous officer for the project management office, there was a great deal of latitude given to the individual, and I did not necessarily provide a significant amount of input or validation on the work that was being done. Not to discredit Carl, because he did a great job getting things straight and set up. But with Angel moving into that position, obviously he needed a lot of support, which means I needed to take a stronger role in looking at certain things. Part of it was, what are the tools, what are the information sets, and that's where Angel really has strengths in looking at the tools and the processes. This is something that came out that, unfortunately, the previous staff, the staff that's been there, but in the previous years, it just wasn't information that was readily available nor had come to light. And again, it's not a fault of any of the individuals. It's just a question of how we have been putting the tools together so that the information would start to come up to the top like it needs to. It is unfortunate that information existed for so many years.
Mr. Campbell, you know as well as I that there's managers that are opposed to project management, particularly independent with the straight reporting. Since there's been a change in project management, who do you answer to now? Who do you report to?
Mr.
Campbell.
Yes.
Okay. Who reports things to the general manager? Mr. Campbell does. And that's what I'm saying. It's been moved down in the organization, and it gets farther and farther away from us, and it's tougher and tougher to get a handle on these aspects. Yeah.
All right.
You guys have been here, you have experience, you know what to do if you have the will to do it. It's just a matter of, do you have the will to do it and get these things cleaned up, or do we just keep getting beat up in the public? Because regardless of what you guys think, you think you stop the flow of information, the public knows. Public knows.
What's the flow of information that we're supposed to stop? I mean, it's coming forward. You better learn to have a little bit of patience. Things take time.
Yeah, 4 years patience.
Oh, I've been here 6 years. Stella's been here.
Well, get on board. Let's change this. We passed policy.
We'll go ahead and just call for the.
I'm not going to support your motion
policy.
because
We'll
this thing's moving forward, and I'm not going to go in here and gut something that's moving forward and coming to the surface.
I
understand
where
we will call for the question.
Controls and fiscal controls.
Hold on. Wait, more discussion. The motion is to bring independent project management to direct to report directly to the board, right? We're not
We hire
changing.
and fire.
No, I'm not gonna hire,
That's
no,
the
that
direction,
was
though.
not, was,
That's
Well,
that
are
was
you
not.
willing to enforce what we adopted?
Well, I have to read it, but.
Did you not understand that there was a dotted line to the board to be
Well,
reported?
yeah, but not to hire and fire the
Well,
project manager.
Right. That's the new
That-
policy.
No,
That's the new policy on the table.
Just the one position, the top,
Just the one position, not like
everybody
everybody
underneath.
else underneath him.
I just want a system so if things are not progressing, that we're notified about it.
okay.
That's the way we had,
all
we
right,
had
you know what?
independent, when we set up project management, it was understood that it was a direct report to the general manager with a dotted line to the board, and he was first to take all the issues to the general manager. If it wasn't resolved, and there was issues that was endangering this organization fiscally, that it was reported to us.
Okay.
All right.
That's how we set it up
That's
originally.
the motion.
For
Board to hire and fire the project manager.
Well, in my own defense, I would like to believe that we are doing that and have been doing that since the PMO was reported to me. That I report to the general manager, and when issues come up that I need to report to him, I think of myself as an extension of the general manager's office. Not necessarily that I report to the general manager, but I'm a function of the office. If there are issues that have and will continue to come up, that I have a responsibility to bring that to the general manager's attention. That in the meantime, there's things that, again, part of my responsibility is the administrative activities of the organization that allows the general manager to concentrate on the strategic activities of the organization. That if those issues come up, my responsibility is to make sure that the general manager is aware of those things. And I think, as Angel has identified, we're making significant progress in the amount of information, the quality of the information, and more importantly, the transparency and the frequency of the information. Again, to have this information available on a daily basis versus a quarterly basis, we should afford the board a significant opportunity to understand each and every project that's in the system on a daily basis. That's significantly different from where we were in the past. And again, if this is a vote of confidence that I'm not doing my job, then I accept that.
Well,
No,
I have comments. I spoke with Angel as well, and he, as well, in the first or second quarter, gave me an update of all the projects that are being overrun. Now, I'm granted there is going to be problems at the district, and some projects might be over. Nobody's perfect. I don't see the district raising rates anytime soon to cover those losses, so we must be doing something right as far as being able to correct our own mistakes. And but at the same time, what about the people who, is there a common denominator on all those 20 projects? Did somebody get disciplined as far as, is it one project manager who was involved in all those 20 projects? And so, I mean, those are the issues why I think project management should be somewhat independent. And we need a report like that coming to the board. But at the same time, I don't think, from the past, what it sounded like was more of two general managers, to be honest. It was basically two general managers, one general manager. The project manager was going to be doing from start to finish every single project, in which I believe the responsibility of that lies with the general manager and not the project manager. So, which is why I settled on the dotted line and not a direct line to or working directly for the board. And I'm still going to hold to that position.
I have a question. Director Hanks, do you want to bring this back at the next informational meeting so we can discuss it again? And let me review the governor's manual, what do you have there? What are you holding up?
It's the governor's manual that we adopted in 2007, Director Mendoza.
Well,
there's other issues in here.
But
we went and spent hours setting up an MWA policy to try to correct some of these things. And it was a constant battle to get it here, but we were never told while we were setting that up that we had these violations out there.
May I ask to bring, if you allow it, to bring it back at the next informational meeting so I can have a chance to review that document? Because because if the motion is for the board to hire and fire the PMO, I do not support.
No, I'm
So
not.
I'm asking you to.
Let me share this with you. Let me get an answer here.
Okay.
I asked Dr. Brady Monday, and he responded that they would discuss that with the executive management. There was some information I asked for. And I asked that information be gathered and shared with the whole board. Take a look at it, and then I'll be willing to come back because I think you'll be ready to tighten it up.
Will you allow that to bring this back at the next informational meeting then?
Oh, that's fine.
Then I rescind my second.
I rescind my motion.
All right, and we'll bring it back.
We'll bring back, let's bring one at a time. Let's bring back project management and see how that should look like with the dotted line, have discussion on that.
Sure.
Well, let's go over the others then.
Let's go to the next one.
For clarification, do we need to clarify what information, for Angel's sake, should we clarify what information needs to bring back to the board next information meeting?
Director Hanks provided me with that. I thought I had sent it to you, Mike, but I think we just talked about it. So we'll get together tomorrow and make sure that we understand what.
I'm not really sure we're asking for any information to bring back. I think it's just more.
No.
Oh, Mr. Hanks
Are you-
had requested
okay.
some stuff.
Yeah,
That's fine.
there is information
And
that.
that
we need to
included
review.
2 and 3, right? So that'll be
2
for
and 3.
discussion of what?
Yeah, bring 2 and 3 back at the next informational meeting.
Well, is there consensus on spending caps, or do you want to leave that alone?
You know, I'm guessing going a little stricter than you. I want to see that they can't go more than what the grade level calls for. If there is a person that he can hire that's more that what the grade level calls for, then that should come back for board vote to spend more than what the grade level calls for.
Those are HR issues. Yeah, those are HR issues. I'm just talking about the executive management. And if we're going to pay somebody more and we're paying the general manager, I'd like to know about it. I'd like to see what's in the contract before it's signed.
Yeah. Well, would that be an HR issue that you're talking about?
No, that's separate from HR. That's the general manager.
Well, it has HR implications. With your indulgence, I'd like to at least confer with Mr. Garber to go over those issues.
Yeah, and I appreciate what Director Hanks is suggesting in general, and maybe I can meet with Danny and try to come back with a suggestion. There are some issues about what is salary. Does it include salary and benefits? Because some of these are different. Does it, how do you measure the whole package? I understand Director Hanks is trying to have a large policy because the board is not supposed to get involved in day-to-day HR issues, so he's trying to kind of get to the top. And let me see if I can suggest, I'd be happy to come back and suggest something.
We set the salary for the general manager, okay? And my feeling is nobody should set a salary higher than what we pay the general manager. To me, it's just logic. There may be short-term, specialized, temporary issues that come up, but we're going to pay him more, we better make him the general manager.
Oscar wants you to be the general manager. But he'll take
You don't see Oscar here today either.
What about?
Well, let's just deal with these number
right,
2 and number 3.
I'm still on spending caps. What about if a project costs $400,000, but it's only going to cost $200,000 this year, and $200,000 next
Why don't we
year?
agree to this? I'll sit down with legal counsel and discuss this with him, with the general manager.
Sure.
And we'll bring back recommendations.
Well, but recommendations, but for which items?
All of them.
All of them.
You mean-
Sure, and,
well, no. What I mean by individual items, for example, like spending caps, is it just going to be the $300,000, or are you going to talk about?
Director
Because I
Sanchez,
think what we're doing.
he's going to
Excuse
bring
me,
this
Director.
back.
I
He's going to
think
bring
what
it
we're
back.
doing right now is very informal for the public to see how we debate.
I will bring it back and make recommendations, okay? That'd be open to the rest of the board to reject, modify, approve.
Object, but you don't know what we're thinking. The rest of the board.
Well, then you do it.
No, well, no. Why would I do it by myself? I think we have an opportunity right now to see what we want to be into the talks.
President Sanchez, I like the recommendation that Director Hanks made. He's going to bring it back. He's going to talk to legal counsel. He's going to talk to the general manager, and then bring it back to the board because it was his agenda item. And,
Well,
and
I
give him
know.
the courtesy
I finally got
to do
one
that.
on
But if he
board.
wants my vote, he needs to
Well,
put
then-
a little bit of me in that.
Well, that's up to you. That's not up to me.
I don't get
but-
agenda items on there very often.
Yeah. So
I got
this
this one
was-
on, I'm not going to turn loose of it.
This was his item, and I defer to him how he wants to handle it.
Sure, and Director Hanks, with regard to
Is that the
SOX,
consensus of the board?
I know Mr. Broking has worked a lot on SOX, and I've not been
Well,
involved,
Mr.
so I'm
Kaiser
certainly
as
going to
well.
want to consult with
That's
him and
fine.
Mr. Kaiser. And with regard to the energy balancing
And I don't
sheet,
mind if the
Okay.
board president wants to come along, that's fine.
Sure, I know Energy has been working on a lot of options, and I'm not familiar with that, so I'm going to seek their input.
Is that the consensus of the board?
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. President. Join Director Hanks.
No, I'm not.
Go to it. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, wait. All 5 of them, right? All right.
We'll get together.
That's the direction of the board.
Okay.
Moving on to review Water Conservation Advisory Board request to create own letterhead.
Do you have a picture of the letterhead? Where's
Yeah, this is Mr. Kalen's,
Mr. Kalen?
you, on page 158 of your agenda package, you can see the resolution that was passed by WCA.
where's the letterhead? Do you have a logo?
No, well, they indicate in the resolution to use the district logo and the identifying words Imperial Irrigation District above the words Water Conservation Advisory Board. So there's no.
They're going to have a century of service with it as well? I don't have a problem with that. I move to approve
Second.
the letterhead.
I do have a comment. I'll just.
Yeah, go on.
Can you repeat?
That we have 2 advisory boards, the energy and of course water. And again, I'll go by my experience. I've never had an advisory board that used the official logo of the district, whether it be Rancho California or Irvine Ranch, or in this case IID. And I am very protective internally with staff in terms of who signs letters going out from the district, because you're representing that this is district business, this is district, this is the district's position on things. I've talked to Mr. Garber, and I think we're of like mind.
I have a real problem with it. I think it's a mistake. I don't think that the ECAC or the WCAB represents the district. And when a letter goes out to an independent third party, all they see is the district shield, and they think they're getting a letter representing a district opinion. The ECAC and the WCAB are advisory boards. If they want to have a letterhead that says ECAC or WCAB advisory board, that's one thing. But they're not employees of the district, and they're not agents of the district. And I think that's a legal problem, to have them being interpreted. There's going to be an appearance of ostensible authority and agency. And I don't think that's a good idea at all.
Alan, what was the rationale behind this resolution? What exactly are you trying to accomplish?
Well, the resolution asks that, it started out when we went and made some visits to some people, some other agencies, and we wanted to send them a thank you letter. And when I asked for the letter to be written, or put on the letterhead, and I was told that couldn't be done. That didn't quite make sense to me. If we are an advisory board of the IID board, we're answer to them, we're required to fill out a Form 700. It seems to me like we are part of the IID. So in the resolution, it specifically says that any letter that we would want to write, it would have to be approved by the general manager. And when I brought that, it was shortly after we passed the resolution on May 13th. It was whatever the date of the next meeting was. I brought samples of the letterhead at that time along with the resolution. for you to see. They were handed
You
out.
don't have general manager say hierarchy.
Pardon?
You don't say approved by the general manager. You said unless
Oh,
IID hierarchy.
Okay. So that's how we left it. I mean, we're perfectly happy with somebody, hierarchy, signing off on the letter. I agree. I wouldn't want somebody to be writing letters that didn't represent the district's business.
It seems to me that if the board approves this, then we should offer the same courtesy to the ECAC as well.
He'll make the general manager put his signature on it too. And we make sure it's clear. I don't really have a problem. I'm not sure how many of those letters you sent. I wouldn't think it'd be that many.
No, and when I suggested that we write a thank you letter, the response was, "We've never done that before."
Want your own stationery, huh?
Yeah.
If you're going to give them letterhead, you should give them letterhead that identifies them as what they are. It shouldn't say Imperial Irrigation District on it and have a shield.
In other words, I guess I have to counter with, why do we have a web page on the IID website?
You are not agents or employees of the district. You are not authorized to bind or speak for the district. And from a legal perspective, for you to have ostensible, apparent authority and agency is wrong. Period. I wouldn't do it.
Well, can we provide letterheads for...
That says ECAC? Sure.
Or WCAB.
Or WCAB? You bet.
It would say their board and then as appointed by Imperial Irrigation District or something like that?
And I think the water department tried to do that. In fact, they prepared a special letterhead for WCAB, and I don't know all the details, but apparently that was unacceptable. I have no problem
What
with
was
them.
wrong with that letterhead, Mr. Kalin?
It didn't say anything about the Imperial Irrigation District at the top, nor did it have, it had a little water droplet on one side, and it said Water Conservation Advisory Board.
To the Imperial Irrigation District?
Pardon?
Did it have 2-4 or 2-4? Well,
no.
They can put that, right, without a letterhead?
I think we can come up with a letterhead that identifies what they really are. I don't have a problem with that.
You know
But I
what?
don't think it should be the same letter.
Well, what I would like is a letterhead that identifies the Conservation Board and that they're part of the Imperial Irrigation District. If you have a problem putting Imperial Irrigation District in the logo, well, do something where because we're trying to work together. I know that right now they have members of the Imperial Group, and that worries me, but does you as well. And that's probably why we're having heartache right now with this issue. However, if you can work with Mr. Kalin and come up with something that identifies the advisory board and somehow connects them with Imperial Irrigation District, I think that could be workable.
That's fine. I'd like to co-opt Mr. Kelly's office since they're the graphic geniuses.
Al?
Can I ask Kevin a question? Kevin Keller, please.
This is the last thing Kevin wants
Al,
to do is come up.
real quick, how many letters do you send out a year? Al, how many letters do you send out a year?
We've sent 2 so far.
2, and to who were they directed to?
One was sent to Imperial County Public Works Department. The other letter was sent to Palo Verde Irrigation District.
I belong to the Calapat State Prison Citizens Advisory Committee, and the letterhead has Calapat State Prison, and the Citizens Advisory Committee has the name of the warden and so forth, and it identifies us as the advisory committee.
Fine.
What's the big deal?
Then it needs to do that.
Kevin?
You're going to help him out?
I hope so. As long as it's in Spanish.
Es usted. I don't care what she said. It's usted.
The El Centro, or the Energy Consumers Advisory Committee has a standing letterhead that does carry the connection or the advisory board status to the Imperial Irrigation
The
District.
water drop?
No, I don't know about the graphic part of it, but there's no problem at all in identifying either advisory board as an advisory board to the Imperial Irrigation District. I think the distinction or the threshold is the depiction of the official logo. And as long as Al would be willing to strike a harmonious balance, I think that Tony in our office could help.
Could you bring some
They'll use
samples
the
back?
gold one, Stella.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll use the.
No, we'll deal
Bring
exclusively
some samples
with,
back, please.
we'll deal exclusively with type.
Yeah, but
no.
Don't use the Rubicon gate.
Okay.
Okay, well then, wait a minute, I had a motion on the table, so,
You gonna resend it?
There's a motion and a second?
No
the
motion.
second.
Well,
Yes, I did, I had a motion
I
to
don't
approve
even
it.
hear you.
I did.
I second it.
Really?
Well,
yeah. Take your motion back.
yeah, I'll rescind my motion until such time you bring back a rendering of the artistic, and we'll go from there. But you need to give credit to the volunteers that work with the district, whether it's water and energy, and
Those advisory boards are appointed by this board. And so, I mean, the connection to the IID is inescapable. And
I understand that, but for someone that doesn't come to the meetings, for someone that doesn't read the paper, they have no idea, Kevin.
My point is that it doesn't make much sense for us to not be willing to commit on paper to that connection.
Okay, so you'll make it, okay, cool.
I agree with, we should have something on there because, I mean, you're right, the board members, they're appointed by the pleasure of the board and they can be removed at any time, but they shape our policy according to what the policy of the entire ratepayers. And the fear sometimes, Al, is that with it, you may, the opportunity for WACB board to get information prior to this board and in terms of negotiating for the board.
And what is your policy, Director Sanchez?
What?
What is
That
your policy?
They're there for the pleasure of us.
Okay, all right.
All
Okay,
right.
so you'll be working, Mr. Kelly, you'll work with Mr. Kelly and then bring us back a phototype and then, what do you call it? A sample, yeah, a sample and then within 30 days?
We can do it as soon as they're ready to review it.
Okay, cool. We'll go from there.
While we're on the Water Advisory Board, what's the chance of us getting copies of their agendas and minutes like we do with the Energy Advisory?
I asked that the minutes be placed on the Water Conservation Advisory Board's website. And so once they're approved, the minutes are posted to the website. The agenda, it's posted there also.
Can we
Yeah,
get
but if we don't, we should just put it in your, we'll put it in your package.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
I already asked the secretary to send minutes and agendas to.
Get them, I get them. They send me copies of the agenda, send me copies of the minutes, they fax them to me. So, I've always
Okay.
gotten them.
Okay.
Okay, thank
So-
you.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm glad
Bring
we
that
finally
back.
got to the really important things,
Oh,
on this agenda.
All these policies coming and going.
General Services, item number 20, lease of 2 excavators, request for proposals, 759.
Mr. Campbell.
I'm kind of afraid to come up here.
Do you have a policy?
Just kidding.
You
Good
say
evening.
the prayer, you're okay.
Good evening, Director. What you have before you is a request for approval of a lease agreement for 2 25 metric ton excavators that the lease has come complete on.
Move to approve.
Second it.
We have a first and a second for discussion.
Was this the low bid?
Pardon me?
Was it the low bid?
Yes, the
Best bid.
it was the best bid, and they had no exceptions.
Or was it the low bid?
It was, it,
Best.
okay.
That's the best bid.
As per our new
Okay.
purchasing
All right, please vote.
policy.
Moving on to flatbed trucks, 161.
And these two items is equipment that just come up on the replacement schedule. This equipment is used for dust control out on the district right away on the ditch banks.
You know, these doesn't look like you use these very much, and at this point in time, I'd rather see you go a little while without replacing them. And if it causes bigger issues, bring it back. But it doesn't. I mean, you're not even averaging 10,000 a year. Less than that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can buy with one instead of two. Don't know. But 18 years old, 71,000 miles.
And what happened, Mr. Abadi, these trucks are the age and mechanical condition that causes quite a bit of money to keep them running. These two trucks are at that age to where they have the standard shift transmissions, and if we don't replace them, and then we'll have to retrofit them through the CART program. So you're talking another $15,000 to $20,000.
I move to approve the
I'll second it.
recommendation.
Second.
There's a first and a second. Please vote. Information Technology Major Work Authorization G009 for video conference systems in El Centro and La Quinta boardrooms. Is there approval, or is there a motion to approve, or is there a need to be, you have any questions?
I'll move to approve, and then we can have discussion.
Motion, is there a second? I'll second. We have a second for discussion.
You know, this thing's been in front of us, I think, a couple times. We've had some discussion, and it always keeps getting pulled, so I'm prepared to vote.
Any?
At your
Anybody?
pleasure, I'm here to refresh you. It's been 4 months since I brought it as an information item, so, I mean, I'm willing to give the presentation.
Did we
if
go
you-
out to bid on this, or are we doing it internally, or are we going out?
Because of the components that how they interface to our current systems, our audio systems, our microphones and everything, we're using the same vendor because he's under a support contract, and he's done all the programming in the back to the brain that runs this system.
I have a question, Bill. Bill,
It is a local vendor.
and this is only for the big rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
It, for example, somebody in Imperial who has a meeting with somebody over here at the Valley Plaza, there's no mobile in
No,
every area
there's an existing video conferencing system that is capable. Already in place.
It's a small system.
Part of this, you know, I know that it looks like a lot of money, but I wish you could look at it like it's almost a couple of different projects, because actually, if you've been to a county over there at the county board meetings, they have 2 screens on each side of the wall. And really, it's part of this is a visual upgrade, because we're going to put another screen on this side of the wall. So even when you aren't doing video conferencing, you'll have PowerPoint on this side of the wall and that side of the wall, so the people in the audience can see those people over there won't have to turn their heads around, take a look at that. And so there are some visual upgrades to this, plus the networking piece that allows us to go outside of our firewall to external to the internet helps our existing video conferencing systems. Mr. Garber, about 2 years ago, tried to do some QSA business with an attorney, and I couldn't provide the video conferencing because of some bridging techniques and some other things. And with the network piece of this, I'd be able to provide him that video conferencing.
We tried to have meetings with some other groups. We didn't want to go back and forth to San Diego. We explored the concept of whether we could do it by video. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, we have meetings with the cities of Coachella and during our meetings, are we going to be able to have them down and have that open to the public over there while the meetings are happening here?
If that's
as
what
far as
you-
this meeting, not the ECAC, but
If that would take a little bit of planning, because you'd have to plan a time to where, but it's perfectly possible.
It's 1 to 5, Tuesdays.
No, what I'm saying is you'd have to manage that with the coordination of the people coming here and speaking up there. Is that what you're talking about, public comment to address the board?
I didn't even go that far. I was just saying, are they, for example, today our meeting started at 1.
That's you.
What would they be able to see what we talked about today?
Absolutely.
Live.
In real time, yes, sir.
Not only would they, again, because the concept is open public meeting, and how do we make that an open public meeting in both environments, that people in the Coachella Valley would just go to the boardroom up there, and it would be like they were here.
Right.
So they would be part of public comments. They would see, they would be able to have interaction with the board, just as if they were sitting in the audience.
I have a question, Bill. For the ECAC, would the Imperial Valley folks not have to travel to La Quinta?
Absolutely.
So they don't have to come back and forth? They could do it all in one time?
Absolutely. And I know you didn't probably see the cost-benefit analysis, but I sat down with Belen, and we made a very conservative cost-benefit analysis. And
What's the payback?
It showed a payback of 6 years. Okay, and I really anticipate that when we get into this, you'll have more people using it, because all I took was that is the ECAC meetings and 2 training meetings. But you know, I've been told since then there's a lot more uses for it, and so I didn't enter in any of the attorney uses or anything. And even with
They talk a lot.
Just with those meetings, it came back with a net present value of $43,000 and a payback of 6 years.
Bill, would that have I'm not sure if it's out there, the technology is out there, but for example, I'm on the CVCC board. Would I be able to connect to their system and be able to be live?
If they have the video conferencing capabilities, then you absolutely would.
But we can do it anywhere in the country. or
Anywhere.
California.
We had a request about a year ago from somebody in some senator or something was coming here, and the county called us and said, hey, you have video conferencing. We want a video conference in Washington, D.C. And I said, no, we can't provide that at this time. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, any other questions? Please vote. Moving forward to major work authorization. Oh, we did that one. Major work authorization ending December 31st, 2009. Finance. It's already 6. I didn't even realize that.
Pardon me? This is our quarterly report that we prepare for the board. We've been delayed a little because of the earthquake. I think once we get through 2009, we're pretty close to having the first quarter of 2010 done also. There's on the energy projects, there's 3 that I'd like to talk about. I talked about them a little bit last board meeting. It's the 3 projects that have overages that run from about $41,000 to $54,000. I have followed up with the accountant in my group who prepared this report, and there were no additional charges in 2010. All of the projects were closed out, so that is the total amount. There was one project that had a minor credit for material return, but those numbers haven't increased any. You know, as I mentioned last board meeting too, that we're working with the Energy Department and working with Angel's Group to do a better job so we don't have these to occur in the future. But I'm not going to be able to guarantee that it doesn't happen, but I can assure you that we're working to make sure that it doesn't. And then on the water projects and centralized services, there wasn't any of them that were over budget. And I'm prepared to try to answer any questions you may have.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Greg on major work authorization report ending December 31st, 2009?
Yeah, I've got a question. With the modifications in the PMO, are the project managers being involved in the planning process of all these MWAs as they move forward?
That I don't know. I'm not all that familiar with the planning process for PMO. We're just mainly reporting what's happened on a quarterly basis, really zeroing in on the service agreements and the expenditure levels for each of those.
Angel, you
It's
want
my
to?
understanding, you're going to bring back all the projects that were listed here as previously MOUs for Green Path North, and now the projects become CVDVers. That's going to come back to us for
Approval,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
on the shields.
Yes.
With the, I understood it from Mr. Marcial, that was a contractor, that 131,000. Was there some reason he wasn't being paid? Was it lack of performance, or?
No, he performed his duties according to the contract. He's hasn't exceeded the service agreement amount, and he's entitled to payment. And as such, I authorized payment because there was no reason to hold it up. He honored his commitment. This is within the terms of the contract.
But was he caught in the middle of our MWA change?
I think he may have been. I think that might have been the issue, but I'm not really the expert to speak on that.
Yeah, I think he was caught in the middle of the substation and the Polo Estates issues that came up, and we also recommended payment of that bill.
Polo Estates, which one is that?
That was the subdivision that was constructed in which there was the Polo Estates across the street, there was the church. Griffin did some work at the substation there. They did some of the lines under the road. Those are old projects, but there was a lot of wrapping up and cleaning up that had to be done. I know some of those were discussed in closed session, Director Hanks. I'm talking in code.
Okay, that was busted concrete?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right, there are no further questions.
I'll move that the board acknowledge the receipts of the report from the chief financial officer.
Second.
First and second, please vote. Last item, adopt resolution to finance information technology projects.
Yes, this is just a resolution to give us authorization to reimburse ourselves for projects that, capital projects that move forward. It's really an IRS requirement. We have on the page 181, the three projects that total the $848,000. Two of them were actually discussed at the board meeting today. We'll get MWA approval for all these projects, and if we do finance them, we also bring that back to the board for your approval. Right now, it's only an intent for reimbursement, so it's not an obligation to reimburse. It just gives us the opportunity to do that if we so choose.
At the last board meeting, the amount was over $1 million. Why did it drop to 848?
I'll let Dane explain that.
I think there was some adjustments to what the project list was. The original project list was based on some work that was done after I was here for 3 months back in June. So I've updated based on an additional 2 months of being here, some of the planning and working with the finance team. This is what our current position is to the validity of these three particular projects right now at this point in time. Total disamount.
Dane?
Yes.
Why would you have it, well, I guess, Brian or Brady?
Yes.
Why would we vote twice on the video conferencing?
Well, this resolution is for, well, as Greg said, the financing portion. You've already approved the video.
That's right.
So this is the financing portion of it.
Move to approve.
Second.
What's the expected life of these, or how much do they have to get up? They don't have to get upgraded, do they? Like the video conferencing, the employee self-serve, those are pretty straightforward. Once they're completed, it's, I'll just start typing in.
Employee self-service is essentially indefinite.
you know, depending upon the progression of technology for video conferencing, that has a very long shelf life or life cycle, if you will. But it's not to say sometime out there in the future that there wouldn't be better and more cost-effective technologies to implement. So,
Well, my thing is, why don't we pay cash for them? I mean, we're purchasing pickups that last 13 to 18 years. Why don't we pay cash for these?
It's part of our overall strategy to borrow short-term also, and this is how we do it, financing our computer equipment. Mainly because the rates are so low. We can get 2-3% interest over several years, so it's just lowering our borrowing cost.
On the video conferencing, will that include portions of our board meeting dealing with water? Will that be?
Sure.
Director Hanks, are you saying that when we video conference to La Quinta, the water portion should not be video because it's just the energy and other services? Is that
But
what you
we
meant,
would
Director Hanks?
anticipate there will be, it won't be just to La Quinta. It could be, as Bill said, if we can tie into other video conferencing facilities and their water related, let's say Colorado River.
Yeah.
But what's to stop someone from La Quinta looking at a water project on online from Spectrum?
Nothing.
Comments.
Oh,
I see.
no.
Okay. Cool. Call for the question.
Please vote. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.